Alrighty, good morning, everybody. How y'all doing? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the morning show here on DSP Gaming. You might say, what? What does that mean? Well, this is a little pilot of something that I'm going to be doing. Allow me to explain. First of all, I'm actually not going to separate this into videos. I'm going to leave this as one big upload here as an archive stream on DSP Gaming. Okay, so this is not going to be a video that you're going to see, oh, there's a video at the intro, a video of other content that I split up, and I usually do that every day, and I'm going to do that pretty much every day moving forward, as I usually do. Today is definitely an exception to that rule. Welcome, everyone, to the show. It is actually Thursday morning, the 15th of January, 2026. How are you all? I hope you're all doing well, and I welcome you here to the stream. Now, this is the pilot episode of the DSP Morning Show. What is the DSP Morning Show? Well, this is going to be on days when I don't do my podcast. I've been having a little hangout build-up session for the stream. I've just been calling it that. Like, hey, come on and hang out. We'll build up the stream attendance before we start with whatever the real subject matter is of our stream today. Well, I'm going to call this the DSP Morning Show, where roughly starting around anywhere from 11:15 to 11:30 a.m. Pacific time, up until noon, sometimes a little bit past noon. We've even gone as far as like 12:30 p.m. We will just hang out and enjoy each other's company, talk about various topics. Unlike my regular podcast, this show will not have an agenda. I won't have, I want to hit on this topic and this topic and this topic. It's just going to be whatever comes to mind. We can talk about whatever happened last night, something in the news, whatever you guys want to talk about. That's what it's going to be, okay? So, that is a change moving forward. You actually will see me doing a morning show on the days when we don't have a formal podcast, okay? And I will actually start recording that and uploading it every day in between the podcasts. So some days you'll have a level 1 podcast, some days you'll have a DSP morning show here on DSP Gaming, one way more formal with set topics and things to hit on, and the other just a very casual thing if you want to watch it, all right? So, exactly. Roy Barnes just said in the chat, this is a great idea because sometimes you have great Q&A sessions, but you don't upload them. You're right. I don't. And I know what's happening is sometimes that stuff that actually is kind of good discussion, it gets clipped, it gets put on another channel, they get all the attention, and I get nothing out of it, right? So, I am going to start doing that as of Monday, because tomorrow we're doing a formal podcast, and actually Sunday we're doing a formal podcast. So the next day that I'd be doing that is probably Monday. We'll start with the true episode 1. Today, because I'm already doing something different on this stream, we're not going to formally call this the DSP Morning Show. We'll just say this is the pilot episode, all right? So you see the premise. What we're doing right now would be the morning show that we would be doing, okay? So, yeah, so welcome, everybody, and welcome to a special stream. This is not at all what was originally scheduled. Originally, I said we were going to be doing some Arc Raiders raids today, the last of the week. I was going to do that. Like, I actually had that on the agenda. I had every intention of doing that on the stream today. And then, last night, some things changed. Okay? I'm just going to say that. All right? The truth is, until we're done kind of hanging out and building up the stream here, I really don't want to spoil. Because the thing is, people have absolutely, positively no idea what we're about to do today on stream. They're like, is it going to be gameplay? Is it going to be Phil crashing out and ranting and raving about some topic? Did something happen that he needs to address publicly? You know what I mean? Like, people are just getting all these. Some people are like, is he playing Fallout? Because of the title of the stream being DSP Goes Nuclear. Well, you'll find out. Just not yet, but you will know soon. Because right here live on this stream, we are going to, hang out and do some stuff together. That's for sure. All right? I think it's going to be fun. Personally. I guess we'll see. Okay, the thing is, if I say another word about it, I spoil it. So obviously, I don't want to spoil it. Let's hang out for a little bit. Let's enjoy each other's company here. Build up the stream a bit. And then we will get to the subject matter at hand. I'm very curious what will actually happen and how people will think. We'll see, right? See, people are like, is it a food review stream? Is it drama? Is Phil just throwing us a curveball just to throw us a curveball? There you go. Who knows, right? You'll find out. Now, in truth, here is a truthful part of this, is that Arc Raiders, you know, I really like the game. Okay, I do. I really like Arc Raiders a lot. And I'm having a great time covering it. I want to play more of it. This week, I wanted to do an experiment. Will Arc Raiders work if I play it 3 times? I don't think it's going to work if I play it 3 times. Just being honest with you. I played it twice. The second stream didn't even do that well because I did it only a day or day and a half after the last stream. And I was thinking about, man, if I'm going to do Arc Raiders again today, you know, what's going to happen? Are people really going to care? I think I kind of made a miscalculation with that. So an opportunity presented itself. And I was like, I think I'd like to do this instead, but I've already advertised the stream as a Arc Raider stream. So what I need to do is just like a drastic change overnight. And I did, like I whipped together stuff quickly overnight. I posted it up. And so therefore, we're not doing Arc Raiders today. That I can assure you. This is not an Arc Raider stream whatsoever. Arc Raiders will return next week. Okay. And will be a part of the stream schedule again, but it'll probably only be a couple of streams of Arc Raiders next week, probably 2. And I think that that's the sweet spot right now for Arc Raiders, despite the fact that I'm well aware that there are some people who want more. I don't think that it's going to work to do 3+ streams of Arc Raiders. It's just too much, especially for my content style, where I am a variety creator and I'm doing so much different stuff at all times. To have that much of the one game, I think, is too much, especially because it's a multiplayer game, too. It's not like it's a narrative-based game where we're making progress in a story or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Anyway, let's hang out for a bit. I'm going to say good morning to everyone. How's everyone doing today? Welcome to the stream. Who do we got? Momo Hayes, Lord Humongous, Ragnarok, Brand Flakes, Chris, Cabal, Hyperkind. Who else do we have? The Epic Pulse is here. Alex is here. Henry Kissling. Okay, Demonic Abyss, good morning. Grandmaster Scrub, how are ya? Sinful Rhapsody, good morning. Hank, how are ya? Pepe's here. Midnight Noir, what's going on? Chaos Goblin, what's up? Who do we got on the kick side today? Master Shake, Mothman, Kuzan, definitely not French. Uno Minuto Hombre. Sure, that's not a sock account or anything. Starboy, how are you? Trials got a $2 super chat. He says, I cannot wait for the reveal. Well, yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm going to reveal it in a moment. I'm going to explain my methodology and everything of what's going on. So no worries there. It's not like, oh, this is a bait and switch. Absolutely. I will reveal what we are doing in just a few minutes here. Like I said, I just want to do a little DSP morning show. What is going on? What did I just do? There we go. I want to do a little bit DSP morning show action. Just hanging out with you guys and talking for a little bit before we get into the subject matter at hand. Abdullah, how you doing? Moody Cow, good morning. What's up, everybody? How y'all doing? First off, honest question. Are you all just happy I'm not playing Arc Raiders again today? All right? Because not that Arc Raiders is bad. It's not. It's a fun game. It's fun gameplay. But I just don't think that Arc Raiders would have worked the 3rd time this week. I think that anything in place of Arc Raiders is kind of a better option right now. Some people are saying Arc Raiders is terrible, total ass. It is not. Ferb says, darn, I came for Arc Raiders. Well, Ferbs, I hope you came to help moderating, because as you can see, this idiot is already in the chat, and he has like 700 accounts. Literally talking about nonsense. I don't even know what he's talking about, so. If you wanted Arc Raiders, no, rest assured there will be more Arc Raiders next week. We're going to give it a rest for the week, okay? What the heck is this music? I have it set to cool. I have the music set to cool, relax. It's supposed to be like cool, relaxing music. It plays a guitar, heavy metal guitar riff. Skip that one. That was really stupid. Once you play Escape from Tarkov, Arc just isn't the same. Oh, yeah? No, I'm not playing Animal Crossing ever again. If I ever do something like that, it'll be a new game like this, what's it called? Poketopia that's coming out in a couple of months. That I'll probably give a whirl, but I'm not going to go back to Animal Crossing after all these years away. Unless it's a new Animal Crossing, that's different. Alex, I have no idea. He says, if you stop being a streamer, what normal job do you think you would really enjoy doing? The thing is, since I became a streamer, okay, which has been a ridiculously long time, you know, I started making content for YouTube in 2008. I started doing it for a job in 2011. So you're talking 15 years I've been doing this for a job. I've dramatically changed as a human. You know, before that, I did retail jobs. I worked in fast food. I worked for a lender that did small loans and credit cards and mortgages. And then I worked for a helicopter company for almost 5 years as a customer service rep and then a continuous improvement agent. Today, I feel like I'm way more apt at something that's social, that's interactive. I literally sit in front of an audience of hundreds of people, if not thousands, over the course of a day, talking, interacting. I feel like that's more my thing now. Like, I wouldn't just want to sit in a boardroom. I wouldn't want to sit behind a desk. I wouldn't want to sell product. You know what I mean? But I don't know what that would be. You know what I mean? I have no clue. I just, you know, I'm sure you guys could probably tell me better than me what you think that would be something that I would excel at if I weren't a streamer. But the thing is, I'm not going to stop being a streamer. I love doing what I do. I have a great time every day with a good audience. I make a great living. I'm not going to stop being a streamer. It was just a hypothetical question. What is up, TX Shooter? How are you today? What's going on, man? Did I ever fly in one of the helicopters? No. I wouldn't have wanted to, honestly. Marketing? Maybe. Maybe marketing? Yeah, I don't know. I certainly think I could market things better than some of these other companies. Like, I could literally market anything under Xbox better than what Xbox is doing right now. They're pretty much doing the absolute worst marketing campaign they've ever done in their entire existence with this whole everything is an Xbox campaign. It's just so brain dead stupid. Do I like cows? I think cows are cute creatures. How do I like the Razer controller? I love it. This is arguably the best controller I've ever owned in my life. In the month that I've had it. Incredibly light. Controls great. You know, I haven't really used it for too many crazy games, but every game that I've used it, I love it. Battery life is exceptional. The buttons are great. Everything. Like, I don't really have a complaint about it. I think it's a great controller. There you go. I don't really have anything else to say. Just really good. Am I going to get the Steam controller? I want to. I would like to get the Steam controller just on the premise of trying it. And, I put that down right. On the premise of trying it and seeing if I like it and or if its features are good. For example, on the Steam controller, underneath the thumbsticks, there's touch pads. So you can control it as if it were like a trackpad, or you could use the thumbsticks or both. It's a unique hybrid where you can basically maybe do a game like, for example, an RTS game or something like that. Like, imagine being able to select a whole group of units with the scroll pad as if you were using a mouse. I think that's a very interesting premise. It could be a big game changer for people who want to play PC games on a controller. But, you know, in practice, is it good? I don't know. You know, it's not out yet. So that's what I would want to be testing, right? Do I think I have OCD? Absolutely not. If I had OCD, I'd be bothered by a lot of shit. People who have OCD, real OCD, okay? For example, Mark Summers, who used to host the TV show Double Dare back in the day on Nickelodeon. It was a TV show about getting messy and doing these physical challenges to win prizes. And then he would go home, and they documented this because there was a documentary about the guy. And he'd be like, oh, here's my rug. And it would have all these tassels on the end. And he would have a brush, and he would have to go down on his hands and knees and brush the tassels on his rug for 10 minutes to make sure they were all perfectly straight. If they weren't, it would bother him. Like, it would legit bother the guy. For me, I don't have OCD, but I know what you're asking. You probably notice things in the environment. Like right now, I'm looking at this controller stand, and I'm noticing that with the camera angle, the controller looks like it's slightly to the right rather than centered. While in reality, the controller actually is centered. It's just the camera angle makes it look that way. And I look at that and I'm like, that does bother me a little bit, admittedly. Or like I've been talking recently about how I noticed the camera wasn't straight, that it was a little lopsided and a little off on the edges. And so I tweaked it a little bit, right? But that's really, honestly, that's more like now that I have a good set, it's like always wanted to tweak it to be a little better. to almost strive for perfection when I know I'll never achieve it, right? But just kind of striving for improvement. That's kind of what it is. And the thing is, before, I'd say about a year to a year and a half ago, none of that was ever a consideration because everything looked like shit, right? My whole set was awful. My camera was peach fuzz quality. You know, everything was garbage. It just looked terrible. And now I'm in the opposite situation where I'm like, everything I'm trying to get to look good and perfect and tweak it a little here and there and everything. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I think it's just a complete difference of attitude. It's like I said yesterday, if you expect people to treat you like a professional, you have to act like one, right? So if I expect people to come to my streams and hang out with me and engage and support with the content I put out, I should put the effort in. I should shave. I should dress decently. I should present myself in a professional way, and then people will maybe reciprocate with a professional attitude and support, right? Exactly. So, you know, if I notice something's off or whatever, I want to tweak it. I want to adjust it. But I don't think I have OCD. In fact, my house, you know, I don't really care that much about things. Although, you know, it's nice to have order and routine. So things in my house have a place they should be. If they're not in that place, does it bother me? Yeah, sometimes. And then sometimes like, it's not a big deal. I'm certainly not one of these people who's ultra laid back and just like doesn't care about anything and their house is a pigsty and a mess or something like that. But I'm kind of in the middle. Like I certainly care about stuff. You know, I probably care more than the average person about certain things like that. But at the same time, I don't obsess over it either. The leaderboard is like slightly off. It is. I don't know what happened. There we go. The leaderboard was slightly off. It was messing with the text. I don't know. I just fixed it. There we go. See what I mean? There you go. I just noticed. Wow, what a perfect example. There was a contribution. I noticed the leaderboard was slightly off and that the animation was pushing into the text and I had to tweak it. You see? So that's not OCD. That's just, oh, it's a little off. Let me fix it. Right? The Cheesy Bear with a $2 super chat and more toxicity. Thanks for $2, Cheesy Bear. Appreciate that. Very nice. No, Lord Humongous, you must be late. There is no difference between the chill interactive stream build-up sessions and the morning show. I'm just calling it the morning show now, and moving forward, I will be recording it and uploading it, when previously I was not. All right, so we will have either an official Level 1 podcast, which will be an organized, themed, segmented show with topics to cover, or we'll just have a more casual thing called the morning show where we'll just hang out for a bit before I start with gameplay or whatever it is I'm doing that day. Okay? So it is a change, and you're going to notice it starting tomorrow. But tomorrow we're doing a podcast. Sunday we're doing a podcast. Monday we'll do the first official episode of the DSP morning show. Okay? And it'll actually be earlier and on time. I know I started the show a little later today, but it'll be a little bit earlier and, you know, everything will be good. Good stuff. Okay. What time is gameplay starting? Tonight on my late stream. This is not a Arc Raiders gameplay stream anymore. I told you. We're doing something completely different. This is not what it was originally planned. This doesn't say Arc Raiders, does it? No. So if you want the regularly scheduled gameplay, come back tonight on the late stream, 7 p.m. Pacific time. We might be doing the Resident Evil 9 demo because this afternoon, Capcom is actually doing the presentation for Resident Evil Requiem. And that presentation is going to cover gameplay elements and all kinds of stuff. And they may actually drop the demo for Resident Evil 9 after that presentation. And if they do that, then I'm doing that on the late stream tonight. If they don't do that, all right, then tonight on the late stream, it's going to be me playing Quarantine Zone more. It'll be our second session of Quarantine Zone, which I've learned actually gets way more complicated. There's way more elements to it and things that are going to happen, okay? Awesome, Taro. Thank you for becoming a member this morning. That's our first membership of the stream. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. keep hitting the wrong key for some reason today. Oopsie poopsie. There we go. Good morning, everyone. I see many, many more people are joining the stream. Welcome to the stream. I hope that you're all doing well. And to answer all of your questions before you ask, no, I have not revealed what we're doing on stream yet today. I have not done that. We are going to be doing something, hopefully, entertaining for you this afternoon. But I have not revealed what it is yet. Right now, we're doing our little build-up hangout session, which I'm now going to be calling the morning show. And we're going to be doing this in between podcast shows. So when I'm not doing a podcast, we're doing a morning show instead. There you go. No, I am not drinking today. Absolutely not. Listen to this. We are going to be relentless if there's buildup and it's all for nothing. Relentless. What else would you call what you do in Kick Chat all day when you all spam emotes and you act like 4-year-olds that snuffed pixie sticks and are hyped up on sugar, bouncing off the walls? Like, you act like that every day anyway. That's really not much of a threat. Just saying. Am I going through the Turkey Tom accusation doc? I have no idea what you're talking about. I have absolutely no idea what that means at all. What's going on, Ray Race? How are you this afternoon? What's the difference between the podcast and the morning show? The podcast is a scripted show where I have topic segments that I want to cover, whether it's game news, whether it's an update on a playthrough, whether it's anything, maybe something to do with me, the business, the streams, whatever. So it's an actual segmented show with, dedicated topics to cover, as opposed to this morning show is just a hangout session. We just chill, we talk about whatever comes to mind, we kill some time until we get enough people, and then we start with whatever the actual main content of the stream is, which most of the time will be gameplay. There you go. Honestly, no, I'm just not that interested in this dispatch game. I know a lot of people played it over the fall or whatever, and it got a lot of notoriety, but I don't know. I just didn't feel like doing it. I used to play those Telltale games, choose your own adventure style games back in the day all the time, right? And to be honest, people loved them. They said, oh, Phil, we love that style of game. Your commentary fits it perfectly. You're always making jokes and commenting on what's going on. It's very entertaining. And I think that somewhere along the way, there was oversaturation of that style of game. That's why Telltale went out of business, to be honest. And there was a couple other companies that continued on. You get the Dark Pictures games from, is it Quantic? No, not Quantic Dream that does those. I forget who it is, the company that makes the Dark Pictures stuff, right? Supermassive, is it, right? Supermassive Games, that's right. You got those. You got Quantic Dream doing their thing, and they haven't made a game in many, many years. Every once in a while, you get a Life is Strange game. But for the most part, I just feel like that kind of game isn't that prominent or interesting anymore. Like, I feel like if you're going to play Dispatch, you play it for yourself and you enjoy the story. I don't know if me playing Dispatch is going to really be that entertaining for the audience, nor am I really that interested in it anyway. Like, in general, I understand what the story is, and I just don't really care about it. I don't think I would really like it that much, so that's why I'm not interested. But, hey, whatever. Could be wrong, but I don't know. Didn't really care. Well, thank you, Definitely Not French, who did 500 kicks and says, sadly, many here on Kick are disrespectful. Some of us just want to enjoy your content and be able to support you without also supporting the evil Google monopoly. Well, fair enough. That's why I have so many different ways that you can watch and enjoy my content, right? That's why you can watch on Kick and you can do some kicks, or you can send a sub. You could watch on YouTube if you don't care about Google. And on YouTube, you can become a member, or you can give some membership, so you can do a super chat. Or, completely disconnected from Kick and Google, you could just send a tip via PayPal. All of those ways are perfectly great ways to support my content. 2L84 Prey did a super chat. Says, I request that you play the first Fable, please. I have. I already have played the first Fable. There was the anniversary edition, and I played it ages ago. I think I played it twice, didn't I, over the years? I'm almost positive I've actually played it twice. Here on the channel. So Wow, that is the equivalent of 96 cents. I guess I'll round it up and say that that was $1 super chat. Thank you. Okay. So yeah, you can check it out. Those playthroughs are live and archived right here on the channel. You just search for them in my playlists tab of the channel. Search for them there. You'll find it. Oh, I don't know what Escape from Ever After is. Never heard of it before. Does YouTube take a chunk out of super chats? Do you think that that percent taken is justified? I think it's a third. I want to say YouTube keeps a third of every super chat. I'm not 100% on that. Is it justified? Well, let me put it this way. You will find me hard pressed to ever really complain about YouTube taking a cut when originally I was streaming on Twitch and Twitch took 50% of everything down the middle and literally didn't really earn it at all. You know, Twitch was the worst place to stream gameplay because they had the lowest bitrate. They had the absolute worst moderation of the site where they would treat everyone unfairly and unequally. Like, I could just keep going. There's a million reasons why Twitch sucked, yet they would take the most money out of everyone. So when I left from Twitch and I came to YouTube, definitely I lost a whole bunch of people who had been supporting me. But at the same time, I was making more for every contribution. So when you say, well, what does YouTube do to earn, you know, the money? Well, number one, they allow me to actually stream at whatever quality I want. I could do up to 4K right now. Okay, I could. And that's great. I like having that flexibility. Now, I choose to stream at 1440p because I want to co-stream. And co-streaming takes up more bandwidth, more CPU. So, you know, doing the co-stream between Kick and YouTube, it's more challenging to do. And that's why I don't stream at 4K. Plus, let's be honest, most people wouldn't watch at 4K anyway, even if I did stream at 4K, right? So I like the 1440p that I stream at. I like the fact that it's unlimited archival of my videos, that I can easily, you know, put them into playlists. It's a sortable thing you can find, you can search. You can't do any of that on Twitch. So YouTube is a much better service overall. They just are. So if they take some of the income, you know, I'm not paying them for the service. They're giving me unlimited server space. They're hosting my over 60,000 videos from over the years. I think that they've earned a third of whatever super chat or whatever it is that may occur. It's not that big of a deal to me. Grandmaster Scrub says, what kind of sadistic monster made RimWorld? The last two parts of your playthrough was a total massacre, but it was a fun watch. Exactly. I think I'm seeing the appeal of RimWorld now, where you do your absolute best to learn, adapt, and do well for the survivors, and then it all goes wrong, and then it's like disaster level. Everyone's like, oh my god, I can't believe that just happened, and we all freak out, and then you just start over, right? I think that's the appeal of RimWorld. And then maybe every once in a while you get lucky, and you end up with a run where you last a long time, and it, you know, you get really good at group of survivors or whatever. I guess we'll see. Cool. Yeah, Twitch, I had really good viewership on Twitch, to be honest. You're right. I think on Twitch, my average viewership for a stream of gameplay was around 350 to 400 viewers. And on YouTube, I probably average around 200 to 250. The thing is, now I co-stream. So co-streaming, I'm getting 250 on YouTube, but I'm also getting around 100 on Kick. So if you add it together, it's shocking, but I'm pretty much doing just as well right now, views-wise, on streams as I used to. Back in the day when I was on Twitch. It actually hasn't really declined, but it also certainly hasn't improved. And that's kind of a problem, is when everyone's stealing your content, you can't really get new viewers, you know? What's up, Captain? How you doing, man? Good to see everyone this afternoon. Once again, I have not revealed what we're doing today. I have not revealed what we're doing today at all. It is not what was originally planned. We are definitely not playing Arc Raiders today. This is going to be a special stream. Oh, no, dude. Fed Rogers says, if you count the restreamers, you have over 1,000. If you count the restreamers alone, they have 1,000. You know what I'm saying? Like, right now, there's probably 10 people restreaming me. And a few of them have, like, 1,000 views each. And then there's more that have a couple hundred. Dude, right now, likely, I have around legit 3,000 people watching me live. And that's any moment I go live. That's not even just because today I'm doing a different stream. Because whenever I go live, I have that many eyes on me. All right? However, they've brainwashed themselves into believing what they're doing is like some moral crusade that Phil shouldn't get a view for his content, which actually is completely ass backward. whether you like me or not, I should still get your view. You know what I'm saying? But whatever. We're not going to talk about that. We talked about it last night. It's enough of that nonsense. I don't need to talk about that again. No, I'm not interested in High on Life 2. I'm glad to hear you're feeling better, Captain. Sorry that you weren't feeling good. All right, so is there anything that you guys want to chat about this morning? Any topics you want to get out of the way? Any Q&A? Let's get it done now. All right, let's talk for a few more minutes before we get to the subject matter at hand of what the stream is really going to be. All right, let's go ahead and do that, and and then we'll get settled in, and then we will begin. Jade, you're going to come back for Street Fighter 6 on Friday night? Sounds good to me, because tonight we're doing zombie stuff. Tomorrow we are doing Claire Obscure and a podcast to cover the Resident Evil announcement later today. So yeah, I'll see you for Street Fighter tomorrow night. Sounds good. You know what's funny? That's a good question. Frosted Shard says, has putting your name in your titles of everything now, like you do, actually changed any discoverability in the algorithm, or has the discoverability been the same? I'll just say this. Overall, I have not noticed an increase in views or an increase in that kind of stuff. What I have noticed is an increase in engagement. Like, since I started doing it, I get more likes on my videos now. I get a lot more comments on my videos now. And every once in a while, we get someone who comes in and is like, hey, just so you know, I saw you in the algorithm, and I came to check you out. Or, hey, I didn't even know where your real channel was, and I caught you now, and here we are. I never used to get that at all. Like, never. We'd barely ever have a newcomer come by. Or if they did, it was like, it's because I was watching a detractor video, and I decided to check you out for real. That would be it. Now we actually seem to have a few more people who are like, yeah, I'm finding you kind of naturally now. So it's the start of, listen, 1 is better than 0. It's the start of something good. Certainly we haven't seen landslides of new people finding me and coming in to check me out. But at the same time, I don't think it's hurting anything, right? Calling now DSP plays it instead of playthrough, which is way more generic. Putting my name into a lot of the titling. I think that overall, it will help the content in the long run. So, Captain says, am I going to do my usual top 10 games of 2025 video? Captain, I talked about this the other day. Last week, on this very stream, it was actually Thursday, I did my top 16 most disappointing games of 2025 countdown. As of this morning, a week later, the video doesn't even have 3,000 views. I put a ton of effort into that video, and the video did incredibly poorly, as well as the stream. Like, the stream actually tanked, too. I would have done better just doing a stream of me playing Pokemon than me doing that countdown. So I think what it is now people know me more as an interactive streamer than a guy who does on-demand videos and countdowns and reviews and stuff, right? Let's be honest, I rarely do them. So me going out of my way and doing these videos, it's just not paying off. No one really cares anymore. It's a very small audience, and the audience, you know, is more like, why is he wasting time on that rather than, you know, than doing it? So I think I will maybe do a countdown of my favorite games of the year, but I think I'm just going to do it on the Level 1 podcast in a week or two. I think I'm just going to do it as part of that, because I just don't see the point of going out of my way to do the content when no one cares about it anymore, you know? And the thing is, that's not necessarily a negative thing. I want you to understand times change, right? People change, content changes, attitudes change. What I'm doing today, I love. I love being this interactive streamer with you and talking with you guys every day. I'm good, and I'm good. I'm getting good views, good engagement, good support. This is not a complaint. This is just me stating a fact that times change, and yes, that was a piece of legacy content, much like I used to do Ask the King, much like I used to do the Weekend Preview, right? At one point, these things had meaning, but then these things phase out over time. I don't think anyone really cares about DSP's best games of last year. You already know what they are, right? You know what games I liked from last year. You saw me play the hell out of them. Claire Obscure, Blueprint, Silk Song, just the top 3 off the top of my head. You know those are some of my favorite games of last year. Do I need a countdown? What purpose does it serve? You know? All right, I'm just going to say this, all right? Because people seem to come by from time to time and they say stuff like, hey, when are you collabing with Asmongold again? Are you going to be on the Asmongold podcast? Are you going to play a game with Asmongold? You're talking to the wrong person. If you're interested in ever seeing me do work with Asmongold, I'm open to it. You should go tell Asmongold. He's the one who controls his content, not me. And if I bother him and be like, hey, you want to do something with me? Hey, what happened? Can I be on the show? You want to do something with me? Do you want to know what that is? That's obnoxious. All right, the guy was gracious enough to give me an insanely rare interview and to give me a big bump for about a month there. I'm not going to go bother the guy constantly about stuff. Maybe every once in a while I'll hit him up and see if he's down to talk or maybe do something. But I'm not going to be bothering this guy all the time about shit. Like, that would be incredibly rude, I feel, and kind of entitled, don't you think? Like, if he feels like he wants something to do with me, I'm sure that he'll speak out about it. From what I'm to understand, since our interview, he's laid off me completely. Like, he was bringing me up constantly in a toxic way in his content, watching detractor content, right? From what I'm to understand, he's completely stopped doing that. Like, very casually, every once in a while, someone brings me up and he'll say something, and then he's right on to the next topic, and it's never anything negative. So why on earth would I want to bother the guy, right? Like, let him enjoy his life and do what he does. Certainly what he does 99% of the time isn't what I do. He's sitting around talking about politics and stuff, and, like, I'm not going to do that. So, yeah, if you want to see me do stuff with Asmongold, you should tell Asmongold, and then he'll make the decision for himself. He knows how to contact me, and we could do it that way. Otherwise, I'm good. I'm having a good time. I'm making good content, right? Having a good life here. I'm not going to bother the guy about doing stuff constantly. There's no point. Like I said, maybe every once in a while, I'll hit him up just to see how he's doing and be like, hey, man, how you doing? Any word on that podcast or something like that? It's kind of what I did around Christmas. I just said, hey, man, how you doing? And happy holidays. If you're interested, I'm doing a Christmas marathon. And he said, I may be able to come by. I'll let you know. And then he wasn't streaming at that time, so he wasn't able to come by. And that was that. No big deal. Well, thank you, Awesome Taro. He says, I actually started watching more after seeing the Asmon vid, and I decided to actually join after watching RimWorld now. I'd rather watch gaming rather than drama-style stuff. There you go. And I do a million pieces of gaming every week, right? Like, I'm a huge gamer. That's the majority of my content. Yes, every once in a while, I'll dabble in topics that aren't gaming. But for the most part, everything that I do is gaming-related. And, that's really the focus. And if that's what you're looking for, yeah, welcome and subscribe for sure. You're going to like the stuff that you're going to see. Okay. Yes, in January, there's always way less advertisements on YouTube because YouTube really loads up on advertisements for December for the holiday season and ads for products and stuff then. And then January, it definitely dips. So everyone on YouTube always sees a dip in revenue on January because the ads go way down and there's nothing that can really be done about it. We all saw a spike in December. Like in December, you always make more money on YouTube, and then January, it always goes down. It's just a natural thing. Okay. That's right, Fed Roger. He says that's why big YouTubers usually take a break in January. Jade, you're taking off? All right, Jade, I'll see you tomorrow night for Friday Night Fights. Sounds good. Anyone who's interested in Street Fighter, Friday Night Fights continues tomorrow, or second stream of Street Fighter 6 tomorrow night. Probably going to play with Zangief and Blanca. Should be great. Cool. All right, so in just a minute, we're going to get to the topic at hand. All right, finally. I've now been streaming for about an hour, and I wanted to do a build-up. I feel like I've done a nice build-up. This would be what the DSP morning show is going to be moving forward. So if you like what you just saw, a hangout session, just shooting the shit with an audience, having a good time, chill vibes, that's what the morning show is going to be when I do it. It's not going to be every day because it's going to be alternated with the podcast, okay? So FYI, you can expect me to be bouncing back and forth between the Level 1 podcast one day, the morning show another day. This was the pilot for it. Did you like it? I'd like to hear your thoughts. Did you enjoy the idea of the DSP morning show? Because here's the thing, I do it anyway, but then I don't record it and upload it. And number one, people are like, so you said you're not doing a podcast, but then what are you doing right now? And I say, well, we're just hanging out. Like, no, it's a podcast. Like, well, it's not a podcast. No, it's a podcast. Okay, fine. Well, then I'll just make the video. If that's your attitude, right? And the other thing is, as I forget who it was that said it earlier, but they made a good point. They're like, sometimes you've had good conversations or some interesting Q&A during your build-up sessions, but you don't upload them. So if we're not here live, we don't get to see it. That's a good point too. All right? But the thing is, I'm not going to treat this as professionally or seriously as, say, my podcast. Like, I'll just say, the DSP Morning Show, January 15, 2026. And if there is a hot topic that I remember, I'll put on there, blah, blah, blah. And that's it. I'm not going to be like, oh, this and this and this, segmented topics in the titling and everything. I'm not going to look for special thumbnails. I'm just going to upload it raw, just get it out there. Okay? Today, I'm not. Today, like I said, we're going to archive this as one stream video, as an archive stream, so that way I don't have to do uploads. But moving forward, we're going to break it up like that. Okay? Cool. All right, good stuff. And, so, folks, what, before we get to the topic, last chance. Does anyone have anything they want to talk about? Q&A, question, shout out, anything, before we get to the topic at hand? Or should we jump in? Let's go. What do you want to do? And for the record, this is like a normal stream for me. So I'll probably stream for about another hour. Then I'm going to probably take a break. And then I'm going to come back, but this is an archive stream. It's just going to be like 10 minutes of me playing the music or whatever, and then I'll come back. Because I do need a break. I'm sitting here. I got to stretch and do stuff. We can wait another hour? All right. Another hour of the DSP Morning Show. Sounds like a plan. Let's go. Here we go. Oh, can I type in chat? Yes, I can. Good stuff. One more hour. Alex from Phoenix just did a $2 super chat saying, if I'm on YouTube Premium, how does that help you? If you are on YouTube Premium and you are watching a person who is a partner on YouTube and has ads on their channel, basically that person gets credit as if you had fully watched all of the advertisements on their channel without interruption or skipping, and you don't have to watch the ads. So for example, on this very stream, there's ads running. On average, you guys are probably getting an ad, every half an hour, every 20 minutes, something like that. If you're YouTube Premium, you don't have to see any of those ads, but I get paid as if you fully watched every single ad on this stream. So you get a benefit because you don't have to see ads at all, but you're also supporting all the creators that you like. It's a win-win. Why do a morning show and not an all-day one? It seems like chill content. Well, I've done entire streams of content like this. It's called like Chill with Phil, right? Like the whole, if I had a 2-hour plus stream of just a night stream of this, I just call it Chill with Phil. And then we just put it up as like a quick, a video or whatever. But, an entire day of me talking like this, I don't know. I don't know about that, man. All right. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to pee really quick. All right, and we're going to come back, and we're going to get to the subject at hand for about an hour. Then we're going to break, and then we'll continue. All right? I just want to, this is live. I'm not splitting the part, as I usually call it. It's just an archive stream, so I kind of have to take the quick break here. All right? But I'll be right back, and then we will begin. Fair enough? Okay. I'll literally be right back. Give me a minute, and then we'll start. Hold on. Okay, everybody, hold on. Let me get the music down here. I'm trying to find the right vibe of music here. Let's see. I had it on this, but then this ended up being like kind of crazy. Let's see what this sounds like now. Oh. Oh. All right, maybe we'll go with this. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we should get started. All right, and let me lay into the premise of what we're doing here this afternoon. All right, definitely a little different, although certainly it's not something that's a first time for me. All right, as you know, as of late, my content has focused incredibly heavily on gaming, gameplay streams, chill vibes, interactive streaming with my audience, and the like. And I think that's a good thing. I do. I think that we've done well, right? The streams have been doing great. Variety of content. This year, particularly in 2026, we're doing more different games, indie games and stuff. It's working. Like, I'm really liking what we're doing right now. All right? But last night, something popped into my feed, let's say. Something that I was actually blown away at this, okay? And I stared at it, and when I saw it pop into my feed, I said, what the hell is this? Like, this can't be real. This is probably, like, fake. It's edited or something, right? And so I started to watch it, and I was like, this is real. And basically, I started to skim through it. And as I skimmed through this, I realized this was something that, like, was too good to pass up. This was something that absolutely I knew was something that I could add something to in a constructive way, in an interesting, informative way. All right? As you know, over the years, I have reacted to content. I mean, for 2 years, I actually had a show called DSP versus the Internet, where every single week I had an entire stream where I just reacted to things that were submitted by my viewers. All right? And we talked about a variety of content. We did. And the show did all right. All right, at first, first 6 to 8 months actually did really well. What happened is, we kind of got the same people every week submitting the clips. It got repetitive, and the show failed after a while. And I said, well, let's move on and, get back to what I'm good at, basically gaming. However, what's happened is that over the last year, I've basically not done any kind of reacting content whatsoever. I've stayed away from it for the most part. And most of my viewers are like, that's cool, but there are people who from time to time come back and say, Phil, when are you going to do it again? Like, you were good at it, we liked it. It sucks you don't do it anymore. Will you come back and react to a big documentary? Will you react to this, big drama thing that's going on? And for the most part, I was like, maybe I'll come back and do it at some point. But, we're doing good with gameplay or whatever, so I don't know why I would want to really rock the boat or whatever. But this week, I found myself in a particularly unique situation. Number one, I had scheduled 3 streams of Arc Raiders, and the second stream didn't even do that well. And I was like, oh, if I do a third stream, this is probably not going to go very well. Like, really, this probably is going to fail. All right? Like, I think this stream will be slow. People will complain. Why are you doing this again? People are just not going to particularly be very interested. Okay, that's number one. Number two, I'm not actually kidding you when I tell you this particular video popped up randomly in my feed unprompted. I thought it was fake. All right? I really did. And then I hit play like, no, it's real. This is interesting. And I didn't watch, for the record, I have not watched the whole thing. I skimmed through it and played on certain parts to see what was in it. And when every part I heard, I was like, that's something I could say something good on. That's something I could add something to, or I could comment on. I got that bug back. You know what I'm saying? I got that bug back to say, this is something that I want to do. I want to comment on something today, which I never do. Again, every other content creator does this. I really don't. I just do gameplay. I want to do something different today. All right? Let's see how this goes. Now, obviously, you're going to have people on the internet who are going to have opinions about this. I don't care. You can say whatever you want. Yeah, everyone's entitled to their opinion. All right? I have the right to do any kind of content that I want. If I feel like something is fun or different or interesting or variety or I can add something, I'm going to do it. I have the right to do it. It doesn't matter if you like it or not. Oh, but I thought Phil just does gameplay now. Well, yeah, I do. But hey, if something presents itself, something unique, something different is going on, and I want to comment on it, I'm going to comment on it. I have the right to do that. Now, I'm not going to do it always like I just did today. Like, for example, I dropped everything. I said, I want to do this afternoon for variety content. And I thought that this would be a good piece of content to put out. Some people might find it that way, and others might disagree. And that's okay. Again, that's your prerogative to decide for yourself if this is the kind of thing that you want to see from me or not. In fact, I would go as far to say, share your opinion on what I'm about to do on this stream. I want to know what you think. Do you like this? Do you not? Is this something that you would like more of in the future? Do you not like this at all? Do you want me to just stick to games? All right? Ready? Because we're about to get started. Ready for this? I hope so. Actually, hold on. For me to do this properly, I got to move all my equipment over as well. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. And by the way, for the record, this is an interactive stream. 100%. You contribute, I'm going to shout you out, I'm going to react to your reaction. You ask me a question, I'm going to respond to it live. This is not just me doing commentary on this. This is a 100% interactive stream. I want the audience to be a part of the content here. It's not just me talking to a video and reacting to it. This is us hanging out, okay? So there you go, just so you know. Live shout-outs and everything, yes, absolutely. Okay, let me just get my monitor into position here. And yes, aliens are attacking. That's what you're hearing right now. Hold on. Actually, I don't know what this music is. I put it on supposed to be dark, ominous music. This is what it plays. That's what happens when you rely on AI, right? You never know what you're gonna get. Let's do some AI music today. Oh, what the hell is this? Right? Okay. So now I can go between from here, right? And I can just go like this and talk. And I can swing back over here. And I can swing back and forth. So this will work, I think, right? Cool. All right, folks. Well, here we go. You ready for this? All right. Well, folks. Now, hold on. Before you say a word, it's actually not what you think it is. This is why this is going to be very unique, okay? This is actually why this is going to be different than what you were expecting. Because you think, oh, look at this. What is this? Phil never does this, right? This guy is the guy here who does this all the time. Literally half his streams just sitting there talking to other content or whatever, right? But it's not actually what you think. Are you ready for this? This is why I feel this is unique, and this is something that I wanted to do today. So, in an incredibly rare occurrence, recently, streamer LTG, Low Tier God, was on his stream, and someone presented to him a detractor video of Wings of Redemption, made by Wings of Redemption detractor Breaking Banquet. Okay? So LTG commented on the detractor video of Wings of Redemption. When he did that, all of his detractors jumped on that and made detractor videos of him reacting to a detractor video of Wings. So this is like total inception, like streamer inception here. The original creator, the detractor video, the person commentating on it, then the detractor video on it, and now I'm commentating on that video. Now, if this isn't just a sick symptom of the whole YouTube system, I don't know what is. This is revolting, is it not? Like people just regurgitating the same crap over and over. It's complete trash. Well, now it's my time to try it. Right? Seriously. It's time for me to try it and see how it goes. All right? And you might say, well, why today? Why this particular content? Why? You know what I'm saying? It's this simple. Because these are two guys who I've had interactions with, who I have relation to, and who I have insight into. Because what we're going to do is go through this video, and I'm going to analyze the different aspects of the videos, the detractor aspects of each. I'm going to tell you about the actual stories behind both of these guys' in these videos so you actually know the full story. And I'm going to tell you my take on what's being said in these videos, both Wings and LTG, okay? So you may be excited for this. You might be, whoa, this is some completely out of, I never expected this, out of left field from Phil. You're right. I wasn't planning on doing it. And then it's like the stars aligned. The video shows up in my feed. I'm like, what is this? I never would have expected that it actually would have been like, oh, you know what I got to do? I got to change pop-ups because they're going to block LTG. Look at that. Oh, that would be horrible. Can you imagine if LTG got blocked by the pop-ups? Oh, man, how would we get through the stream without seeing this man's face, right? Anyway, so are we ready? We're ready for this. I don't know if I'm ready for this. All right. Let me do a couple of shout outs. Like I said, this will be an interactive stream. Okay. So let's do some shout outs. We've got Highard at Hooters, who did a $2 super chat saying, get to the point. Okay, that was the intro. Now we'll get to the point. Thanks for the $2. Demonic Abyss just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you to Demonic for 5 memberships for the community here on DSP Gaming. I appreciate that. Let's get you on the leaderboard. Thank you so very much for that. And then we got $2 from Dylan, who says, my wife and I love hearing you spill the tea. Wow. Yes, because, you know, I do it so often. It's such a staple that people just love it. They're addicted to it, right? No, in reality, it's funny because there's a couple people who got wind that I was going to do this today. And they were like, why are you doing this? I thought that all you do now is gameplay and, you know, you stay out of any kind of drama. I'm like, I did a react show for 2 years and it didn't cause any problems. I was able to say my take on so many different topics, so many interesting topics, and I loved doing the show. For the record, it just sucked that it failed, that after 2 years, people got bored of it and only a certain group were submitting videos for it, so it got very repetitive. Now, if I'm able to select topics that I feel like I can actually add a lot to, I think it would be more meaningful. And also, the fact that I just don't do it all the time. If I do this every once in a while, rarely, as opposed to doing it every day like some of these guys do, I think it's going to be more impactful. It's going to mean more. People are going to care more and actually tune into it and care about it. You know what I mean? I just feel like that's a better way to do it. But I don't know. Again, let's see how this goes today. You guys give me your opinions on what you think about this, and we'll go from there. Okay? All right. And by the way, for the record, I'm not going to pull any punches. I'm going to be the real Phil here with my commentary to let you know what I really think about what we're about to watch together. All right? In fact, should I make myself a little bigger for this? Stand out a little more, simply because usually my webcam is smaller, but maybe, there you go. Maybe go like this. There you go. Probably that's a little better. That probably makes more sense, right? This way, at least I stand out as the person who's actually talking on the video, or else people might think it's LTG up there, right? So, Trials, thanks for $2. He says, I am so down for this. Hell yeah. Thank you to Trials. I appreciate that. And then we have someone complaining for $5. Thanks for the complaint. I appreciate that. I will file your complaint into the circular file cabinet in my office here, and I'll check it out later when I take the bag out and I throw it out. Okay. All right. Mozzie, 26 months as a member, says, ignore your haters. Your commentary is wanted. Shall we begin? Because the best place to begin is usually at the beginning, right? Not the end or the middle. So let's rewind this a bit, shall we? Now, as I said, this is literally Detractor Inception. We're going to watch the start of a Detractor video with an intro and everything. Then it's going to get to the video. Then it's going to be another Detractor video playing within the video. So you're going to see a video within a video, which is fascinating. Did you ever think you would see this? In fact, you know what? Here, just for the intros, we got to mute the music. Let's pause the music so we can hear these amazing intros. Are you ready? So this, for the record, all credit goes to Red Dale, who is a detractor of LTG. You ready for this? Here's his intro. Get a load of this. And I'll try to explain some of this as we go. Ready? Oh, hold on. I muted it. That's probably not going to help. Let's actually be able to hear the intro. Okay, ready? Here we go. Get ready. Here he is. He's arrived. And this is funny because these are all different scenes from things that LTG's been involved in over the years. Like that was him at the streamer awards from years ago, presenting an award. Everyone booed him off the stage. The infamous detractor story that apparently he pooped in his shower or something like that. It was a guy in the FGC who was disabled, who LTG got into a beef with, had a challenge match against, and lost. They're showing him firing heat seekers at him. It's pretty epic. Joking at his age, at age 45. He's not 45, but he always acts like he's not old when he is in his 40s. The piss jug disposal room. The infamous LTG piss jug story that he says he pees in a jug rather than going to the bathroom. Human gets space AIDS. I think this is a take on that he said things like the creator sent him to this planet to help and change other people. So like, what is he, alien or something? Like, what is he talking about? This guy's crazy. That is just, I'm sorry. Even I don't know what the content of the video is. That's an epic intro. Can we all applaud that? So that's a lot of effort goes into that shit. And the funny part is I know my detractors have intros too, but it's like, dude, that's like well done. It's very entertaining just to watch. Okay? All right. So like I said, this is going to be LTG commentating on Wings of Redemption via, I guess someone sent him this Breaking Banquet video. So if you don't know what Breaking Banquet is, one of Wings' detractors. So Red Dale is a detractor of LTG. Breaking Banquet is a detractor of Wings of Redemption. Okay? So now we're going to see another intro. You ready?
Somebody wanted me to check out this video with Wings. It's called Almost 700 Pounds.
And by the way, let me know if this is too loud or not, if I need to adjust the volume, okay?
I remember I did an interview with Wings, like, what year was that?
Now, a few things. Number one, it's pretty cute. His cat is in the cat tree. Oh, you know what? Here's what I'll do. This way I don't block him. Let's put this down here. His cat is in the cat tree over there. Here, look. That's cute. He has his kitty in the background there, popping up in the cat tree. Previously, I criticized him. I said he has a cat tree in the back. His cat never goes into it. Apparently, I was grossly mistaken, and the cat shows up all the time. So I'll take the L on that one. You know, I don't actually watch his content or anything. I was just trying to insult him. I don't actually watch LTG content. I don't know who does. It's not me. But, you know, here, I'm going to put this up here. I'll put this in the upper right. The pop-ups. So that way I'll only block his YouTube playlist, apparently. Very important stuff. There we go. So now we can actually see him. And, there you go. So yeah. So that's pretty cute. So first of all, let's take a look at his setup, shall we? Let's do this. Let's go full screen. Before we, because I wanna commentate on everything here. Let's see when he goes full screen here. Here we go. So this is, now obviously this is blurry as shit, right? This is his webcam blown up. This is LTG streaming setup. All right. This is the room he actually broadcasts out of every day for his job. This is his job. All right. This is just, oh, you can't even see what I'm blocking either. Hold on a second. All right, let me show you what's behind me before we even begin with this. Okay, I realized I'm blocking something. Ready? I don't know what that is on the floor. It looks like it's like a rug that's like a smiling sun, like a rainbow smiling sun happy face. It looks like something you'd have in like a baby's room. That's what's on the floor in his streaming room. Okay? I want to be sure you saw that before we continue. Okay? All right. So that was on the floor there. He's got a cat tree to the left, which his cat apparently does come in and play on. That's cute. I'll give him that. That's a cute thing. Maybe people like to see his kitty come in and it'd be entertaining. I mean, something has to be entertaining on his stream, for goodness sake. We've got a mirror blocking a closet. We've got another door. It's probably another closet, or maybe maybe his hallway, and another door to the right that's cracked open. There's a giant blank white wall behind him with nothing on it, and that's his streaming room. Now, just for the record, that's actually his streaming setup. That's not like, oh, I caught him on a bad day and he just wasn't ready and he just did an impromptu stream. He didn't just move into this house and he's just getting set up. Like, that's what my streaming room looked like the first few days that I streamed out of this house when I moved into it in 2014. And then immediately I had like furniture moved in, soundproofing on the wall. That's his setup. Okay, that's what he does every day to make money. And he calls himself a professional. He says that he's a full-time, content creator. He's been in this game for so long. This is what he's come up with after all these years, over a decade that he's been on the internet. Now, just for the record, this actually isn't his old setup because he moved, I think in the last year or something like that, to a new house. So technically, this is his new setup. In his old setup, it used to look exactly the same, except the difference was on his back wall, he had these soundproofing panels. And I say that soundproofing panels. I say that very loosely because they weren't. I'll explain that in a second. He also had some lighting that was like glued to his wall to the side of him. Now, a couple years ago, all right, he was talking shit about me. And so I said, if this guy's going to talk shit about me, I'm going to clap back. And I watched one video of his on my stream, and I reacted to his background. And I said, first of all, take a look at the soundproofing he has in the back. You realize that's not soundproofing. Those are those little felt, like, cheap panels. You can get those at, like, the dollar store. Or actually, I know where he got them. He got them off Temu. You know that website, Temu? It's like the Chinese company or whatever, drop shipping garbage. He got them off there. I know because they're right there. Like, if you search soundproofing, it's the first thing that comes up on the site. And you can buy like 30 of them for like $12. So he basically just went to Temu and he ordered like 2-3 packs of those. And he just glued them to his back wall, probably with tape or something. They don't actually do soundproofing, but they look like, hexagons or whatever. So he was basically doing it for like a design thing, but they're incredibly cheap. All right. To his right, he had this lighting that was glued to his wall. And this lighting basically only shined at him. So the only one, you couldn't see it on camera because it was going the wrong way. Like, it would be like if I had a light here shining on me, but you can't see it on camera. So what's the point of the light? So this guy had this setup where basically he had the most bootleg background, right? It was so cheap, didn't do anything, but he wanted to act like he was a professional. He had this nice fancy background. Look what I have, right? And he wanted to act like he was rich and affluent and makes all this money. So he had all this stuff, but it only took me one time mentioning it in a video, basically saying, dude, you look like you're, this is like, let's be honest, ghetto level streaming. Like, it's bootleg, it's cheap as shit. It looks awful, up your game on your stream. And literally, he took it all down. He took it all down. He never put it back up. So he heard me criticizing it. He's like, oh shit. And then he just completely got rid of it all. And now his is his new place. He literally has nothing. He put nothing up at all. Like, he didn't even bother to put a single thing up in his setup where he streams. But he's supposed to be a professional full-time content creator for you guys. Well, he's certainly not trying to do anything that's appealing to the eye or, to anything. That's for sure. But again, sometimes he has his kitty in the background. I guess that's a good thing. Okay? So there you go. You see a kitty in the background. That's kind of cute. But anyway, I just wanted to point that out because this guy, for the record, okay, this guy is the textbook case of someone who is an egomaniac. He feels like his streams are the absolute best content on the planet. He will criticize everyone else and say, you got to work on this, you got to improve this, you got to do this. But when you look at his own content, none of it holds up for his own content. Like, he'll say, oh, this guy's a bum, he's broke, you can tell. But look at his setup. Like, right now, look at that webcam. It looks like LTG is streaming from his grandmother's spare bedroom. It looks like at any moment, she could come crashing through the door, yelling at him, saying, Dale, why didn't you take out the trash, Dale? Dale, what are you doing, Dale? You're supposed to do to clean the kitty litter today, Dale. Why are you on stream again, Dale? But then he's going to go and talk shit to everyone else. Like, dude, your setup is awful. It looks like ass. And then on top of that, this is the other thing about this guy. He always has this on the screen, okay? His supposed sub account. I don't even know what that is. I don't know if that's subscribers on Twitch. I don't know if that's supposed to be subscribers on Kick. I don't know if that's members on YouTube. I don't know if that's number of viewers he's banned out of the total number of viewers he has. I don't know what that is. It doesn't say. At a glance, I have no idea what it means. I also don't care because, quite frankly, everyone knows that LTG view bots and self-subs himself all the time to make him look more affluent than he really is. He looks like he's rich and he's like a big dude. He's not. He's a phony. He has always been a phony. Someone who the only way that he feels he can be successful is by presenting a false product to the internet, a false persona of I'm a big, tough guy. I'm a manly guy. I'm very testosterone fueled. I'm better than you. I'm bigger than you. My streams are better than yours. I make more money than you. And it's all fake. It's all been proven that it's all botted. It's all nonsense. He said he has thousands of viewers on his streams, but his chat doesn't move. What are they all doing? Did they all have broken keyboards? They can't type? No, they're all view bots. All of his content is constant fake stuff. The guy has this really self-created persona of ego and success that doesn't exist. It's all smoke and mirrors. All right? So when you see this, like, I don't know what this is. No one else does either. Because we all know it's not real. Do you really think this guy has 3,053 paid subscriptions right now? Hell no. If he did, he wouldn't be streaming from that room. It's insane. The guy thinks people buy this crap? Of course they don't. They watch it like, this guy is the fakest guy I've ever seen. You know, he's so full of it. Everything he says out of his mouth. He'll talk junk constantly, but then when you actually call him out on his junk, he always changes the subject or moves the goalpost or changes. For example, for years, the discussion was that LTG is the black DSP. That basically he's trying to emulate what I did in my youth as someone in the Street Fighter community, as a content creator, talking shit, talking down to people, causing drama, okay? He hated that, and he always said, what are you talking about? I'm a better gamer than DSP, I'm a better streamer than DSP, I'm better looking than DSP, all this stuff. So years ago, I challenged him. I said, well, if you're so much better than me, right? You're such a big guy. Why don't you play me a Street Fighter? Why don't we do a set? Why don't we have a big, hyped-up challenge set? Why don't we do it during EVO weekend? That way a lot of people will be interested because they're into fighting games. We'll stream it. We'll benefit from it, right? We'll do each our own perspectives. Maybe we'll get people to back it with money. You know what I'm saying? Well, guess what? He chickened out. He said, no, I'm not going to do that. You got to work on your sexy. I don't stream with someone who's ugly, and I don't stream with someone who is a wimp and has noodle arms and doesn't work out and he can't lift and he can't bench and he can't. I'm not kidding you. That's what he said. He didn't say, oh, I'm better than you at Street Fighter. I'll wipe the floor with you and, you know, it's not worth my time. He said, you got to work on how you look. You got to work on your body. Now, that's kind of a weird response, don't you think? Isn't that kind of a very bizarre way to respond to someone who's challenging you in a video game? Like, this is supposed to be about Street Fighter, your thing. Like, this guy constantly plays fighting games on the internet, says he's better than everyone, says he never legitimately loses to anyone. Okay? It's always a nonsensical, it's a stream sniper, it's lag, it's abuse, it's this, it's that. Never does he ever lose legit. All right? Now, obviously, I can see some parallels there. Again, to the old me, I used to say that stuff all the time. I think that's why some people call him the Black DSP and why he's so upset. I want to be my own person. I don't want people saying I'm someone else, right? But when the actual person people are comparing you to calls you out and says, let's prove it. Let's prove that you're actually better than me. Let's do the set. And he pussies out. And he makes every excuse. First, it was, I'm too ugly. I don't put enough effort into how I dress and look on my streams. Then it was that he wanted me to be able to bench and do squats. I'm serious. I'm not making any of this up. This could all be researched and you can find it. Then it was, oh, well, now this isn't actually like a challenge set. Phil wants a collab. So if he wants a collab, he has to pay me $5,000 for the collab. Then he changed it again. He moved the goalpost again because what happened was some of my detractors got wind of this and were like, maybe we would actually pay him $5,000 to see this happen. So then he moved the goalpost. Oh, it's not $5,000 anymore. Now it's $50,000. So he see what I mean? Whenever he gets called out on his bullshit, he caves and he moves the goalpost and he runs away like a coward. Because that's what he is. He's a coward. He hides on his own streams. He props himself up to claim he's successful. He claims he moved into a very expensive new home. None of this is apparent, but he thinks it is. Like, he thinks that, I don't understand why anyone would think otherwise. Look at how you present yourself. You sit there, you know, in a plain t-shirt, in an empty room, with a clown rug on the floor, with your cat on a cat tree. I'm a successful professional streamer who has 3,000 subs. No, you're not. You're everything that you're not is what you want to be. and you present yourself as it, but you're not. And then you talk big, and then people call you out on it, and you run away. You're not going to be respected like that. But that's what he wants. That's what he really wants. He wants the respect of the internet. He doesn't understand why people hate him so bad and crap on him so bad and clip him and make fun of him. I'm telling you the reasons why, but he doesn't get it because his head is so big that he doesn't hear the criticism. He would never allow himself to hear a criticism and actually take it in. Now, again, I understand there's parallels here to me in my old ways, how I used to be egotistical. And I used to say, my crap doesn't stink and, my content's the best. Things have definitely changed for me over the years. I've self-reflected. I've tried to grow. I know I'm not perfect, but certainly I don't present myself like this guy. Like, why would I say that I have more supporters than I do? Why would I lie? What's the point, right? Why would I say if I live in a giant mansion-like new house and then I stream from the spare closet with nothing in it? Like, it doesn't make sense. Nothing this guy says makes sense. Again, that's why he has, I think, so many detractors and so many people go after him. If he would just show, like, I don't know, an ounce of humility, and he would just stop the crap with the way that he talks and talks down to people and everything, then maybe people would stop hounding him. But instead, he just doubles down, triples down. He never changes. He never improves. He just puts out the same product every day. And he lies to his, I'm done playing fighting games because everyone makes fun of me and everyone, clips me. And then the next day he's playing fighting games again because he has no content. He just has to keep doing the same regurgitated content every day. Anyway, I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of like a intro to LTG. If you don't know who he is, if you're wondering what is all this we're looking at, that's exactly what you're looking at, okay? So now he's going to react to a detractor video of Wings of Redemption, all right? So now let's actually watch. We already saw the intro to his detractor video. Now let's watch the intro to the Wings of Redemption detractor video, shall we? Okay.
100 pounds? I remember I did an interview with Wings, like, what year was that?
See, I didn't even know that he did an interview with Wings. That's actually fascinating to me. That really is. Like, I didn't know that. I want to go back and maybe watch that and see how that went. I had no clue that he had actually talked to Wings.
2020... 2, 1, something like that. I can't remember. I was like trying to, give him a little bit of advice how to use his weight and use his fatness to his advantage. Start doing food reviews. If I'm going to be fat, I might as well market myself off of it. Why not?
If I were to take any advice from anyone on the internet, the last person that I would ask for any advice would be that man in the corner there. Like, what advice are you giving? You're not better off than anyone else. Like, it's really confusing. I don't know. You tell me what kind of advice LTG could give you about anything. If maybe in the gym, maybe in the gym. I don't know. I don't know what the guy's workout regimen is. Apparently he has documented his workouts and stuff like that. So maybe that's the one thing. But outside of that, what else could he possibly give you advice on? Like, why would you even want advice from this man?
So, I guess this video
of course,
is showing what he...
everyone in the chat's like, well, all his negative stuff, like how to avoid child support payments, how to take out a mortgage with your best friend and act like you did it yourself. I know, these are all the detractor memes this guy has around him constantly that circle around him and he can't avoid. He never disproves them. He just says they're not true, but then he never disproves them either. Like for me, a lot of the stuff around me was basically based on like a factoid of truth that, yeah, did I play mobile games? Sure, I did. Of course I did. Not to the extent that people say I did, but I absolutely did. And now, I've moved on from that. I've improved. But this guy, he's just like, no, I don't have a daughter. No, I didn't take out a mortgage with another guy, but we have all the paperwork. We see right now you could go on a website. We could see it says that you owe back pay for this child support. You're not paying it. Like it's in black and white. We could see it. It's not like, it's a lie. Like it's there. No. Let's get some advice from this guy, though, right? This is the kind of guy that I definitely need some life-changing, factoids about how to behave myself as a streamer. I'm really going to learn. At least I'll learn how to... one thing, maybe I can figure out how to say that I have 3,000 subs that don't exist and fake it. I don't know.
He's been up to recently. I know he had a fight with Boogie about, what was that, a couple of years ago or something like that? That's where I thought he was going to reinvent himself and, like, everything was going to change. And not sure what happened, so let's see what happens here.
All right, so now he's about to press play on the detractor video of Wings, and the Wings video has an intro itself. So we've seen his intro. Now we're going to see the Wings detractor intro.
Heavier. My health has done nothing but
Oh,
go
it skipped
downhill.
it?
I'm
Never mind, because there is an intro. Oh, let's see.
barely could take care of myself right now. I'm sure people make fun of me and put me on live stream fails and everything else. Still makes you feel bad. Nobody wants to be made fun of.
Here it is. Okay.
Damn, they got a whole intro. Damn, a whole Breaking Bad intro.
Yes.
What is so bad about Wings that people just bother him? Like, is it just because he's fat?
This will be fascinating because apparently, like, LTG doesn't know anything about Wings at all, even though he interviewed him 3 years ago. So he's actually going to legitimately ask, like, you know, what is it? But the funny part I find about this, he's like, wow, it's a whole Breaking Bad intro. Like, dude, we just watched the intro to your detractors, and it was just as good, if not better. Like, he doesn't even know that. Like, I know all my detractors have their intros and their stupid shit that they do in their videos, too. That's how elaborate the hate culture on YouTube has gotten, to the point where, like, it's like a product that you put out every day, whether it's true or not, whether it's regurgitated crap that you made up or whether it's truthful to something that happened. You put out that product every day, you get the views, you get the money. So it really is just like an episodic show. Like, what's the next episode of that anime that I'm watching? Oh, here it is. It's the new Branking Banquet with the big intro and shit, you know? But that's just crazy that he doesn't even know. Like, we just watched his own detractor's intro. That's crazy good. And now he's like, oh, there's an intro? This guy really lives in, like, this weird bubble of isolation where he doesn't know anything about anything around him, I guess, right?
Like, why tease a guy just because he's big every day?
Yeah, he
Like,
really
what is-
doesn't
what
know.
is the point?
He doesn't, you know, he doesn't watch Wings. He
You said
doesn't
there's
understand.
lore?
He doesn't know where his detractors are, like, the points they're making and stuff. But I think they'll get to that.
What kind?
Say my name.
Breaking Banquet.
You're goddamn right.
You're goddamn right.
Well,
That's
me,
great.
it's because I'm good looking. And everybody that makes videos about me are ugly fucks. There's a difference.
What? What did he just say? Wait a minute. What did he just say?
And everybody that
I got to hear that again. I missed it.
Damn right.
Well, me, it's because I'm good looking. And everybody that makes videos about me are ugly fucks. There's a difference.
Press X to doubt that every person who makes a video about LTG makes a video about him because he's good looking. That's what he just said. Now, I don't know if he's joking or he actually believes that. But to say that on your stream in public in front of your audience is like, what? What did he just say? Like, are you insane?
But me, it's like, as far as Wings goes, I don't really understand what the obsession is when it comes to him. Me, I get it. I'm good looking. Men are obsessed with me. People are zesty. You know, men are hyper focused on me, so on and so forth.
People are zesty. That's what it is. People are zesty. So he thinks that a bunch of gay guys on the internet are obsessed with him. And that's why they clip him. No, the reason that they clip LTG is because they make money. Get it? Like, they clip him, they upload, and they make money because they're getting, on average, I've seen like maybe around like a few thousand, all the way upwards of 20, 30,000 views a video. And they're putting out at least a video a day. So even the low-end person is probably making a few hundred to 1,000 in a month. The high-end person, like the Red Dales, who are putting like 20K plus video views a day, they're probably making thousands. No exaggeration. They're probably like that 20K video, you probably make around 40, 50 bucks on it within the first 24 hours, and then any residuals of someone who watches it after. And if you're putting out one a day, think about that. So they're making bank. That's why they're putting the videos out, right? It's a business for them. They found a monetizable way to easily pump out a content mill. You're the subject matter. It works. So they're going to keep making said content. It's not because of your looks. It's not because people are gay and obsessed with you. It's just because they make money doing it. That's why they all do it. That's why everyone, in the modern day, that's why everyone really has detractors, okay? Back in the day, it was different. Back in the day, the detractor business was not profitable. It was more about actually just, I don't like someone and I'm trying to defame them and I'm trying to bring them down. In some cases, I even believe there was the ability to, like, maybe we can make this person see the error of their ways. Maybe they'll improve. And to be honest, I've talked about this. My old detractors, called the Sons of Kojima, did this to me, and I ignored them. And in a lot of cases, they had good points. Not all cases, but in a lot of cases, they had good points about me and my methodology as a creator, my ego, all these things that definitely needed to improve over the years. But the Sons of Kojima never monetized. They actually had a staunch anti-monetization policy. All the detractors today, they're doing it for the money. It's very easy to figure out. If YouTube didn't allow monetization of this content, they wouldn't be pumping it out like a content mill like they do. So the reason is because your actions, LTG, have attracted a group of people, okay, who realize that by analyzing the things you say and do, that they can find hypocrisy, that they can find contradictions, and that they can find moments of memeability. And that is bankable. And so they make content on you. Okay? That's why. Now, it's the same thing that happens to me. It's the same thing that happens to Wings. And it's the same thing that happens to a whole bunch of people on the internet. But I don't know why he's so confused. Like, I know why it happens to me. I get it. Like, I understand it. I maybe not agree with it. And I think that a lot of it is definitely half-truths or very gross exaggerations to twist the truth to try to make a narrative that's not true, to be over-dramatic and to get views, right? But this guy doesn't get it at all. He actually thinks people just have, like, oh, it's because they're gay for me, or, you know, no. And the fact, again, if this is the truth, that's what he believes. Do you see how egotistical he is? He actually thinks, then if that's the case, okay, LTG, people only make videos about you because they're gay for you, right? Well, they make videos about me every day. Do you think that they're all gay for me too? I don't think so. Do you think people are gay for Wings? No. So what are you even saying? Like, all he has to do is a simple comparison, and it just disproves the logic. What he's saying is just stupid, right? I got a $5 tip from someone saying, great morning, DSP, don't hold back. It's going to be interesting to go through this and, again, to see the reaction to it. Again, this is not something that I normally do, but I saw this pop up again in my recommendeds, and I was like, this is something that I want to see how this goes. There's things that I wanted to get off my chest for a long time, particularly. I think that this is a good opportunity to be able to do that and to commentate on this and react to something that normally I wouldn't do. So thank you for that. And everyone, if you're enjoying this so far, let me know. Please support the content. All right? I am doing live shout-outs. I understand a lot of people are just sitting here. They want to hear what I have to say. But, you know, contributions appreciated, support appreciated for the stream today. We got great attendance. It's probably all fake, but, you know, it is what it is. All right. And for the record, we're going to do this for about another 10, 15 minutes, and I'm going to go on a break, but then we're going to come back. We're going to go through this whole video. Okay? All right, here we go.
The Wing shit I don't get.
So people only hate on him because they're gay for him. Last time I noticed, people who have crushes on you don't usually make thousands of detractor videos about you on the internet. I'm just saying. Like, maybe they would have asked him on a date or something and send him a bouquet, maybe some chocolates, right? Send him like a weight set or something, you know? They would, you know, doesn't really prompt that if someone has a crush on you, they make thousands of detractor videos and make a lot of money on you. That usually isn't the association that I think, but maybe in his head.
He scammed his audience for surgery fat removal money, and now look, so it's valid. Oh, wait a minute.
So this is one of the memes about Wings of Redemption, that years ago, he told everyone he was grossly overweight, he wasn't going to make it, he had to make a life change, and he wasn't going to, like, diet and work out and lose the weight naturally. He was going to go get the surgery. But he wasn't going to get it in the United States because it's too expensive, or maybe the doctors wouldn't approve it. Who knows what the real story is there. He was going to go to Mexico, and he was going to get, what is it, the lap band? So that basically he wouldn't eat as much, and he would lose a bunch of weight as a result. Now, the story goes that some people actually think that basically he stole the money. Like, he never got the surgery because he did lose some weight after he supposedly got the surgery, but then he gained it all back, and now he's back to his original weight from before the surgery. So some people are of the impression that Wings lied and stole the money. But there's never been any evidence. There's just been circumstantial stuff. I've heard like, oh, right after the surgery, supposedly he had a new truck. Now, where'd that money come from? If he had no money for the surgery, how do you have a new truck, right? But I don't know. Again, this is all just hearsay and nonsense. It's hard. This is just one of the legacy memes about Wings of Redemption that's been around for like a decade. And, you know, I don't think we'll ever know the truth of it, nor does it really matter in 2026, right? But this is what people bring up when they say negative things about Wings, okay?
So his audience donated money for him to get gastric bypass surgery, and he just gained the weight back? Well, I guess that is a pretty valid reason. If you had an audience that cared about your health that much, where they sent you enough money where you can get gastric bypass surgery or lap band or whatever it's called, and you still ballooned the weight back and still didn't build a better cognitive, I guess they would be mad about it.
Okay. So let me respond to that. I kind of see that. Honestly, like if you, oh God, look what I freeze framed on. Baby, I got to look over here. I can't look at that right now. I could definitely see this, right? Like the way I see it is if you reach out to your fans and you say, look, I have a medical condition and I need the help, and your fans band together to help you. And then you, whether or not, like, let's say he went through with it, he really did get the surgery, right? Let's just say all is real, right? And then he gains the weight back over, I don't know, 5 years, 10 years, however long it was. I don't know. I don't follow the timeline, right? Is that disrespectful to your fans? Like, did you owe your viewers the fact that you were going to keep that weight off? Like, do you? That's an interesting topic. I don't think I've ever heard anyone talk about it like that before. Like, I've always heard he scammed his fans. He stole the money. Like, for right now, who was it? I missed it. Someone just said in chat, Space Jam fan says, he made a fundraiser for the surgery in the United States, but then he switched it to Mexico, and he pocketed the extra money. That's the story that people say about him, okay? So, if that happened, all right, is that despicable? Well, yeah, obviously people are going to have an issue with that. But like, dude, you kept the extra money for yourself. You did a whole bunch of extra stuff with it. You know, we never agreed to that, right? If he did take all this money to get the surgery, he did get it, and he gains all the weight back. Is that disrespectful to his fans? I mean, was that part of the arrangement? Did he plead on stream, if I get this surgery, I absolutely commit and I promise to each and every one of you that contributes that I will never get weight on ever again? Did he say that? Because unless he did, then I don't know that you can really hold him accountable for that. You know? Now, I don't honestly know the reasons why he gained the weight back. I think he talks about it actually in this very video, so we'll probably get to it. But what confuses me is that, okay, you're not funny. Just said, well, he raised the money in bad faith, ? Did he? Maybe it was his intention that he wanted to lose the weight. That was the real reason. But then he didn't have the willpower, the mental fortitude to keep it off. In anything in life, a life-changing thing, it's not just about doing the thing, but it's about having the support structure around you to make sure that the changes that you make stick, right? Like, you can get off of an addiction to anything. It could be liquor. It could be drugs. It could be food. It could be gambling. It could be sex. It could be anything. But you might fall back into that routine if, sadly, you just don't have the support structure to stop you from going back into your old habits, right? So if he didn't have friends, family, and people around him who are going to be able to keep him on the path to keep the weight off, then the surgery was destined to fail from the get-go. And if no one was making sure that that was the case before they went through with the surgery, then who's really to blame? Is it him? Is it the doctor that did it? Is it his family? Is it his viewers who supported him with that money? Like, who is it actually? I don't know. I don't have the answers. I'm just presenting the hypotheticals here. Because this is one of the major reasons people hate Wings of Redemption over the years is he had the surgery and he's still fat, right? And he's gaining. He's gaining weight these days. Like, he's fatter than ever. He's now apparently matched, or he's even maybe exceeding his own weight, his old weight, excuse me. And I can get it. I can understand why people are upset with that, but I don't know if that's a reason to, like, want to have this guy to be, like, his life ruined. You know what I'm saying? And again, unless he outright committed and said, I'm committing to you, I will never, ever put on weight ever again, and then he immediately went back to the eating, then I don't know if that's something that you could be so angry about. Now, if he really did scam his audience and he said, I'm raising this money and I'm going to put it towards the surgery, and then he spent half of it on something else, obviously you can understand why people would be upset about that. Is there evidence of that? I don't know. I'm not that into it. Let me put it that way. I'm not that into it that I got to micromanage all his accounts and try to look for statements. You know what I'm saying? From what I'm to understand, he did lose a lot of weight at first, right? Okay. But anyway, let's continue.
How much was the surgery? Does anybody know? 20 grand on the surgery.
Was it really $20,000? Holy crap. Was it really 20? By the way, you notice this is hilarious how people pay me to do that and then I just ignore it. Like, I don't even know what they're talking about. I really don't. So just let them have their memes and thanks for paying me. But yeah, like, was it really $20,000 for this surgery in Mexico? Sheesh.
He lied. He never got the surgery but kept the money. Is that real, or?
I don't know. How could that be real? Because there's documented evidence he lost weight. You see he got much skinnier, right, on camera. He lost weight. So how can you argue that he didn't get the surgery? That I don't understand. That argument.
Footage of him actually getting the surgery?
Threat identified.
Honestly, him getting the surgery is worse than him keeping the money.
Really?
So the fact that he got the surgery is way worse than keeping the money.
Why does he think that? So he thinks that to try something and fail at it is worse than not trying and scamming an audience and keeping the funds for it. Now, that might actually say way more about LTG than it does about Wings. Because Wings, at the very least, said, I'm going to try to raise this money and change my life for the better. And he tried and failed. LTG's like, oh, you can just keep the money. That's fine. That's better. Huh? I mean, seriously, I think LTG's one of those guys, like, he doesn't realize that when he says stuff like that, he's literally revealing a lot about himself. And that's what people use against him. Like right away, boom. So that's his mentality. Just steal money from your audience, just be dishonest. That's fine. But if you actually tried and failed, that was not good. Well, what does that say about his efforts to be an actor then? Because if you're not aware, LTG really wanted to be an actor. And he kept telling his audience, if I'm still streaming in like 6 years, I'm a failure. And I'm going to go to Hollywood. I'm going to be in the Marvel movies. And he didn't make it. So he tried and failed too. You know? So I don't know where he's coming from with this. Papa Meow did a £5 super chat. Thank you to Papa Meow for that. I appreciate that. Let's see what that is in USD. And by the way, probably about another 5-10 minutes, then I'm going to go on a break. A quick break. It won't be a long one. But then we're going to come back and react to the rest of this. That's $6.69. Thank you, Papa Meow. Okay. But yeah, that's kind of interesting. Oh, don't try and fail, but you did try and fail. You tried to become an actor. You apparently put your resume out. You had all these screen tests, and no one hired you. Here it is, way longer than 6 years later. You're still a full-time streamer, sitting here lying about the number of subs you have on your stream with your awful background setup. You know, commentating on Wings. Like, why are you commentating on Wings, of all people?
Let me see here.
This is my original chair, and I bought this as my backup.
So for the record, this is a good point. People in chat just brought this up. You see the chat room right there? That's this. Oh, I have a pointer. I'm so stupid. You see this right? This is actually LTG's chat room. Okay? This is live out of his chat. That's how fast it moves. But it says he has thousands of viewers. Like literally right now on this stream, it says he has like over 1,000 viewers. And this is the movement his chat has. My chat right now is moving 10 times faster than his. Both of my chats, for the record. My Kick chat and my YouTube chat are both literally moving 10 times faster than his does. But it says, where are the viewers? What do you do? See what I'm saying? So this guy, he just, I'm affluent, I'm successful, I'm this. But nothing points towards that evidence. You stream from an empty room like you're broke. Your content sucks. Hasn't improved at all over the years. It's the same level of content. Your chat room doesn't move. So where is all the success? Like, someone who's successful has people coming in, chatting, acting up. Yeah, even let me put it this way. Even people who are hated on have people who hate. My Kick chat right now is moving with a bunch of trolls saying, this sucks, this is bad, because they know that I'm actually getting some attention and views right now for doing it. So, it's bad, they hate it. They hate that DSP is actually getting some attention for himself, right? But at least there's movement. You see, like there's chatting, people are talking. It actually is happening. It's very bizarre that he can't even get any movement in his chat with thousands of viewers. It's bizarre stuff, right? Yes, people are botting my chat right now. It's natural, But even before that, I had over 400 viewers, and my chat moves, Can't
see it on. I bought this one as my new chair, right? But the issue with this one is like in this seating position right here, it gives me no support whatsoever. And like I got this big bulbous gut here, right? So like I have to keep my legs spread because I have a big gut. So like...
So what he's saying is if he sits in that chair, his legs have to go forward because it's an actual standard office chair. So his legs are forced. He can't spread his legs out wide to support his big gut. So because of that, there's no support, and his gut just goes down around his legs. It's probably very uncomfortable and painful. He needs to be able to spread his legs wide to support his gut, and that chair won't let him do it because it's a narrow office chair. So he bought a chair that definitely is not for him, for a guy of his size. It's just not. I'm pretty sure they do sell special chairs for people who are big that have like the wider base and stuff. So I guess he definitely bought the wrong chair, Why
not just lose the weight? Like, is the fat for sympathy?
Now, wait a minute. Oh, no. Oh, did he just say that? Why not just lose the weight? Is the fat for sympathy? Do you think that he wants to be that size? Honestly? Does LTG actually believe that Wings of Redemption wants to be huge? I don't think there's anyone on Earth that wants to be that size. At all. Like, who would desire to be huge and uncomfortable and painful and heavy and, everything you do is an arduous task because you're huge? No, he's addicted to food. That's obvious. He's addicted to eating. He can't stop himself from eating bad food and drinking soda. That's why he's that size. He doesn't choose to be that size. He's addicted. It's the same. Do you think that the alcoholic chooses to get drunk and go out in the street and stumble into a trash can or go behind the wheel and crash into someone because they wanted to hurt people? No, they're an alcoholic. They're addicted to the liquor. They can't stop themselves from their addictions. What a stupid thing to say. But it's to me, it's like LTG doesn't understand. He's never been in that situation of like any kind of addiction or weakness, or he doesn't think it exists. Maybe he's one of these alpha dudes who doesn't fucking think that oh my God, all you got to do is tough through everything in your life and you'll be a badass like me. What an ignorant thing to say, honestly. And by the way, by no means am I defending Wings of Redemption with his size and his habits. I'm just saying you can figure out why he's that size. It's not that I've chosen that all I want to do is make myself uncomfortable and fat for the rest of my life. No, he's addicted to the endorphins and the good feeling he gets when he's eating the bad food. He can't stop himself because it makes him feel good. Yeah, like any addiction. Again, the alcohol, the drugs, the sex, the money, gambling, it's all the same. Okay?
Turn the lights up a little bit here. So like the padding is here, right, for your legs to support, but my legs sit here,
Right.
and here.
They put all the padding in the middle, and he can't put his legs in the middle because it doesn't support his gut. He has to have wide legs to support his big gut, and there's no padding on the side of the chair. I totally understand this. That chair is not designed for a big guy. It really isn't. If he bought that chair and they advertised it as for a big guy, that's actually false advertising, and they fucked that up. Like, that's actually messed up. I wonder if he can return the chair, but then again, the problem is, to return a chair, you got to disassemble it, put it back in its original packaging, and somehow get it back, and that's a pain in the ass, especially for a guy his size. So how much you want to bet he's just going to keep that chair, even if he spent like $700 on it, he's probably still going to keep it.
What ends up happening is I have to sit in the chair like this.
Right.
Right, now lock it in.
And now there's no support.
But I have no support here.
So it's destroying his legs, basically. All his thighs and shit, or all his weight's on like these two areas of his legs. So it's crushing him.
So like I have to carry most of my weight the entire time I'm streaming, and it's killing my legs. Whereas this one has support of all the way through. So when I sit down, I get support no matter where I sit.
I wonder, couldn't he just buy the same chair? I wonder where he got it from, because it looks like that's old as shit, right? I wonder if he could just buy the same chair or a similar model of exactly the same chair. Might be worth a look if he maybe just can't find it. I don't know.
Do you know how much pain in the ass it is to return a chair, especially when you bought it online? Yeah, I'm fat. I'm sure people make fun of me and put me on live stream fails and everything else now. 'Cause I showed my fat gut. Is what it is. What am I going to do about it? Nothing. Sit here and wait for Rich to get on.
Sit here and what? Wait for Rich to get on? Is that what he say? Is he talking about someone to get on to play a game or something? I don't know what he's talking about.
Still makes you feel
And
bad.
the man can't even cough on stream? Damn.
Like nobody wants.
So, okay. So what's going on here is what they do, and I'm sure they do this to me too. The new thing with me is the lip smack. That Phil smacks his lips all the time because I adjusted my microphone or whatever. These people count this nonsense, right? But I guess with Wings, he got sick, and he's been sick for like 3 weeks now. And every time he streams, he's constantly coughing into the microphone. And everyone's like, dude, why don't you drop the mic? Everyone, you're going to cough. Why don't you just, like I just did, press the button and drop the mic so that no one has to hear you cough into it. And his argument, I guess, is I can't. I'm playing a game or whatever. And then people are like, well, why are you streaming? If you're sick, why are you streaming? And he's like, oh, because I can't skip like 3 weeks of streaming. So it's like there's always an excuse, right? There's always a reason. But these detractors are making fun of him for a long time now. Over 3 weeks because he's been coughing nonstop into his microphone during his illness. So that's what this is. They're trying to highlight, look how many times he just coughed on the stream and had no regard for his audience, just hacking into the mic. So if it was a normal stream and basically they were really nitpicking him for it, then I could understand. And I get what LTG is saying here is, damn, they're even making fun of him for that. Yeah, but he is sick and he is coughing a lot. And they are just kind of calling it out because he is doing it a million times. And the outright coughing into the mic is a little different than me going with my mouth. You know, this is a natural thing that happens with your mouth, moisture in your mouth that's going to make that sound. While he is actively just hacking into the microphone. So, to be honest, I kind of get why they're emphasizing that. And I think LTG is missing the point that this isn't just them saying he's coughing. He's not allowed to cough. It's them saying that maybe he should have had a little bit of decency for his audience to at least try to mute it or don't stream if you're that sick, right?
To be made fun of. No, I've gotten heavier. Like, my health has done nothing but go downhill since fat camp. What happened? Well, after I got weight loss surgery, I got swatted 5 times. I had my Twitch taken from me. My income got cut in half.
What happened to his Twitch?
All right, so actually, this is a good place because he's going to go into a lot of stuff there that I can add insight into. So I think we're going to do, I got to take a break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to do this. You know, we're going to get through this whole video this afternoon. So I think this is a good place to take the break and then come back and continue on. So thanks for everyone who's here. And, you know, if you're enjoying this, let me know. It's hard to tell because, you know, the viewership is all over the place with botting. The kick people just complain no matter what I do. They just say that everything I do is awful. So, you know, I have no idea from that. From the YouTube side, it seems to be a mix. Like some people are interested and some people are not. If you are enjoying what you're seeing, please support it. Right? Let's have a good stream this afternoon at least. And I'd like to know if this is the kind of stuff every once in a while you'd like to see more in the future. But let's take a break, about 5-10 minutes. This is an archive stream, so I'm just going to play some music in the background, you know, for people to listen to. And I'll come back in like 10 minutes. We'll resume it. We're going to go do the whole thing, probably another couple hours. So, all right? All right, thank you, guys. Here, let's actually get the music going now. See here? Okay? All right, and I'll be back in a little bit. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in a few. I'm back. Hold on one second here. All right, so thanks for being patient. Well, what camera am I looking at? Thanks for being patient. Well, I took a little break there. I'm back now. Got my coffee in hand, my E-Tank mug, which I have had for over 10 years. This was gifted to me. I want to say this was gifted to me in like 2010, 2011 by a viewer. And I love it. I still keep it to this day. Although it is a little worse for wear. It's got chips. It's kind of wearing out, but I love it. So I still use it every once in a while. Thanks for everyone checking out and hanging out. All right. I don't know if you like it or not. I'm curious about your thoughts about what we're doing today. I'm going to do some shout outs right now as we're coming back from this break. And by the way, no more breaks. That was it. I'll be here for the rest of the stream to go through this video with all of you and react to it. If you didn't notice, I am approaching this from a different angle than most drama creators. I'm not attacking the people in the video. I'm not using derogatory like names. I'm not swearing. There's no point in doing that. I'm just trying to approach it from an insightful perspective of me being in the same situation as these guys, but knowing their lore and knowing things about them that they don't add or, you know, is missing from the picture. If you're enjoying this, I'd like to know, and I like suggestions for improvement. I'd like to know other things maybe you'd like to see me react to in the future. As a rarity, this is not something that I'm planning on doing all the time or whatever. I can tell you this, attendance has been pretty good. There was view botting before, but outside of the view botting, the attendance was still pretty good. The engagement is outstanding. There's a ridiculous amount of people like talking, which is great. The support right now is all right. In fact, like I said, I'm going to do a couple shout outs right now. Let's see here. Might as well get them out of the way now. Vasil did a $13.13 super chat. Thank you to Vasil for that. And he said, Wings doesn't care. He eats and drinks on an open mic constantly. Yeah, and that is one of the major things that his detractors have issue with, is that he doesn't really have any humility about it. It's not like he eats off camera. He does it right in front of his audience constantly. And it's not like he has to because he's not streaming constantly. Like, for example, in a given day, Wings might stream twice. His first stream is maybe 2 hours long. His next stream's 4 hours long. So you streamed for 6 days. Or excuse me, I'm stupid. 6 hours. Did you really have to eat and drink full meals while on camera? I mean, I could see, okay, I had some water. I needed that, right? Oh, right now, in the middle of my stream, I'm going to have a coffee. That's different than, here's the giant large soda that I just got from Wendy's, and here's the full meal I got, and I'm going to eat it while I'm playing games. I think that's what people have issue with when Wings was on on my show, the Level 1 podcast, back in October. That's one of the things I gave him concrete advice on. I said, dude, you got to stop eating and drinking this stuff on your streams. Even regardless of if you stop it off stream, you just have to stop doing the bad behaviors when you're in a public view, you know? And he didn't really take it to heart. He said he did try, but then he was right back to it. So, yeah, it's definitely one of the things that everyone criticizes him for, is that he's doing these things, you know, on camera, right in front of his audience, blatantly. Okay? So thank you, Vasil. All right, so again, if you guys are enjoying this and you're having a good time with it, please support the stream. We're going to be here for another couple of hours. We're going to react to the rest of this video. And if there's extra time, we're just going to kind of hang out and have a good time. And, you know, just, you know, talk about it and see how it went. Okay? Sound good? All right, let's keep going. Let's jump back into it then. And I think what we'll do, because again, we're going to be listening. We'll probably turn the music off since I am reacting to the video. I think it would be intrusive to the video to have the music on. Especially if we can't hear what, you know, what's going on there being said. So, what's up, Game Boy? How you doing today, man? Okay. Very good. Okay. Dab Hands wants me to completely stop doing it and not doing this at all. There you go. John Dog says, isn't weight loss surgery stuff similar to your mobile game stuff? No. Because I never said on a stream, hey, everyone, I need money for a particular thing, and then raised it and didn't spend it on it. That's literally never happened. Not once. Yes, back in the day, I was guilty of doing, let's say, to do a fundraiser stream. And for this stream, I need to raise $1,000 to pay my taxes. And guess what happened when I raised the money? I paid the taxes. That happened every time. Now, I also was irresponsible with other money, but the money that I raised went to exactly what I said it would go to. Okay? Now, I remember June the King even said to me, well, wasn't there a time when you did a stream and you raised a certain amount and you said, well, it didn't go to everything? Well, yeah, for example, let's say I did a marathon and I said, whatever I raise on this marathon will go to taxes. But then, oh, come to find out, Phil took $100 out of the $1,000 that he raised during the marathon and he paid another bill with it. Yeah. Because it needed to be paid. But the point is, like, I didn't do a marathon, raise $1,000 and dump $1,000 on a mobile game immediately, and then I had no money. That never happened. Not once. But that's what my detractors say. Okay? And that's why you got to take everything with a grain of salt. When they say this about Wings and they say, he raised all this money for the surgery, but where did the money go? How do they know? How would they actually know where the money went? They can guess. They can try to see things in the environment that change. Maybe he spent it on this or that. They don't actually know. They don't know anything. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Anyway, let's continue. All right. So I believe what was happening here, we're going to rewind a few seconds, is that LTG is trying to get to the bottom. Well, Wings is talking about it, and LTG is going to try to get to the bottom of why was it. See, I'm actually dropping my mic when I have to clear my throat and stuff's going on. Why was it that he got the surgery, but then he gained all the weight back? And I think Wings is trying to explain how that came about. Okay? Okay, here we go.
Surgery, I got swatted 5 times. I had my Twitch taken from me. My income got cut in half.
What happened to his Twitch? And how did he lose his Twitch?
He didn't lose his Twitch. Here's what happened. In 2021, all of our trolls, like there was a bunch of trolls who kind of like were doing the same thing, decided that they wanted to get all of us deplatformed everywhere. So the trolls mass messaged everything that we had association with. We're talking Twitch, we're talking YouTube, we're talking Teespring, the t-shirt company, we're talking any streaming service that we used for pop-ups like Stream Elements, Stream Labs, that kind of stuff. We're talking, what else? 'Cause I got kicked out of other things too. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. I can't 100% remember on the top of my head, but like I got deplatformed from a bunch of stuff. I got kicked out of the Twitch partner program. And when I asked why, they said for hate speech or hateful speech. And I said, I don't do content with hateful speech. I literally don't use racial terms. Okay. I don't say any of the forbidden words that you have listed here on the site. I don't do politics. I don't do religious content. I don't do anything that would ever have me be considered hateful. So I have no idea what you're talking about. Tell me what you mean. And Twitch responded and said, we don't have to tell you anything. Reapply for the program in a year if you're interested. And that was it. So that happened to me. And then within like a month, the exact same thing happened to Wings of Redemption. He got notified by Twitch that he was losing his partner status. He could still stream on Twitch, but he was losing his partner status, and he tried to get the information, and they apparently gave him this real, like, weird legal mumble-jumble about it and never explained it fully, so he didn't even know what happened there, and he's like, well, forget it. So that's what happened. Same thing, and they did the same thing to him. They tried to deplatform him everywhere, and they got him kicked out of, like, every service that he was involved with, too. It was literally a month after me. So obviously, I might have been the test case. They saw it worked with me. And they were like, ooh, the woke mentality is now rampant on the internet. Let's go do it to Wings, too. So there you go. Oh, by the way, thank you to Shocks for a 1414 super chat. He says, have a good stream. Thank you, Shocks. I just noticed that because I was talking. I missed the pop-up. Thank you, Shocks. That's the biggest super chat of the day. What is going on? I missed the $sign. There it is. Here we go. Thank you, guys. Remember, if you do support the stream, I will shout it out, whether it's on the Kick side, the YouTube side, or you send me a tip via PayPal. Everything is appreciated this afternoon for this experimental stream. Okay? Cool.
At one point, I didn't have anywhere to stream but Facebook. I was super stressed out. I had just purchased a new truck. So like, I didn't know what my future held. And like every day somebody was threatening me with even more. And it got...
Yeah, somebody like Wings, where it's real hard for him to just put down the fork, spoon, whatever he consumes his calories with. Ozempic might be the best thing. You know, we gotta go Retta. We gotta go Retta, Ozempic. We'll do Ozempic first. You know, then we'll do Retta after. Because you know that Ozempic is going to eat away the muscle tissue. At least with the Retta, we're able to retain some of the muscle tissue while still rapidly losing the weight.
I definitely want to take all my medical advice from LTG. If anyone I was going to ask anything about weight loss and this drugs to do it, you've got to be going straight to the doctor, right? Straight to the source. LTG, Dr. Sparrow. Dr. Wilson, is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. He knows his stuff. I'm sure everything that he just said is medically accurate, and that's the person who I would consult for that level of information. Thank you, Keeney Powers, for $5. I appreciate that very much, Keeney Powers. Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna take some PEDs, proper eating, and exercise to crack through this mental blockage that is causing him to overeat still in current day. I would have thought he would have been defeated this demon a long time ago.
To the point where it's like I went back.
That point's true. It's about him having the discipline to eat right and control himself. It's not about a quick fix drug. It's not about a surgery. It's about up here. Because he could get every drug in his body and every surgery, but unless he has it up here, it won't stick. Just like his surgery didn't stick, the Ozempic won't work. It'll just bounce right back.
I went back to soda and eating and binge eating and shit like that when I got stressed out. So that's what happened. That's exactly what happened.
Now, the thing is, too, and this is, again, what I think his trolls criticize him on. So he's saying, I got in a bad way. I lost my Twitch. I lost my ways to monetize my content. I was all stressed out, and I overate, and I got all the weight back. But it's 2026, and he's still eating on stream. He's still drinking on stream. He's still gaining weight. He's got all his monetization back. He still has the ability to make money. So why is he still doing it? The stressful times passed. Things are better. Why is he still doing it? That's where I think the criticism comes in. Because it is hypocritical to say, well, it's because of my trolls. Yeah, but now you're better off. You're not in that same position, but you still have the same behaviors, right? It's one thing if when you're at your lowest, you do something, but it's another thing if you're out of the low point and you're still doing it. And that's the thing that I think he's getting the flack for. If still right to this day, he was down bad and everyone was taking away every possibility of him making money and being successful, and then he's binge eating, then you'd be like, all right, I get it. But he's not in that situation anymore. So why is he still doing it? And that's where people get, rag on him, okay? To be fair, again, I'm trying to present this in the fairest way, because when you watch the detractor content, it's definitely not fair. But if you watch his content, it's also not fair. You're getting two perspectives, neither of which are actually correct, okay? It's always going to lie somewhere in the middle. So I hope that kind of makes sense of where people are coming from here with these kind of, criticisms and all of that. Okay. Let's continue.
You take a person that has an unhealthy relationship with food, and then you stress them out, they're probably going to eat again. Rich, you getting on, buddy? I am switching to something I do like. I'm waiting on somebody to get on to play duos with me. Okay. Dude, I can't take care of a new puppy. I barely can take care of myself right now. If you're going to live online, you can't let it stress you. My intention never was to live online. My intention when I started my YouTube channel was to make like dope-ass videos and interact with people. And then I got laid off, right?
What's weird about that? That's my story. Like, that's exactly my story. I had an office job for almost 5 years. YouTube was just my side gig, my side hustle. I wasn't trying to make money doing it. It was just a hobby. I didn't give a shit about making $1. I never even thought that I would turn my YouTube videos into profit. And then I got laid off from my job. There was nothing else in the sector available where I lived in Connecticut. I was going to lose everything. I was going to lose my house. I was going to lose my car. I couldn't afford to pay anything. So I said, maybe I can monetize my content. And then it just worked. I ended up to, I go into a partner network, Machinima. I was able to make money making videos. Like, wow, it's like a godsend. His story is like exactly like mine. If what he's saying is true, I don't know. This is actually the first time I've even heard that story. But that's exactly to a T what happened to me back in the day. I never intended to become a full-time content creator. I never aspired to do it. I didn't get into this because I said I want to become popular and famous and big. I just wanted to make some silly gameplay videos and just have a good time, have it be my hobby.
Then I got laid off. I never envisioned myself making a career out of this. It's just something I wanted to do because other people were doing it.
Now, that's the opposite of my mentality. I did not want to do this because other people were doing it at all. When I started making these videos, I didn't watch other people's content at all. In fact, I've said this. The reason I started making my first videos is because I went on YouTube to try to get help in a game. It was Lost Odyssey. And all the videos had zero commentary, no personality. It was just like raw gameplay. And I'm like, well, this is boring as dirt. I like to have someone commentate over the gameplays to know what's going on. because it's hard to understand if you're in like an epic boss fight, what's going on, why are you using this strategy, how does it work, if no one's commentating on it. So I said, I'm going to commentate on my videos, which is something no one's really doing. And that blew up. He is saying he did it just because he saw other people do it and he wanted to follow suit. So that's completely different.
So are his streams just him just putting himself down for hours while he's online?
Sometimes, yes. Sometimes he gets on and someone will start talking to him like that, and he'll just do that for like the whole stream, and he'll be down. I think it's because it's part of his depression. If he gets hit by that wave of depression and he can't get out of it and he's stuck like that the whole stream and he just can't stop talking about it, and I get that. Like, I'm not going to hate on him or hurt or like dump on him for that. Obviously, that's not what his viewers want. Like, what viewer would want to turn into your stream where it's a depression stream where all you do is talk negatively about yourself and your path, right? No one wants to have that happen. That's not entertaining content for your viewership. But that's just what happens when you have depression. If you get hit by that funk, it's like, now you can't even shake it. Now you need something to happen to change it, or else you're stuck like that for like, you know, it could be days sometimes. So I get why that happens, but at the same time, obviously that's not good content, right? Like, why, if that's the case, he gets hit by depression, maybe just turn the stream off. Be like, sorry guys, I'll come back later or something. You know what I mean?
Imagine if I was like that. Well, guys, fucking tried to meal prep today. Chicken fell on the fucking floor. Cat started eating it. Let them have the chicken.
Are we getting insight again into LTG? I think he's doing it again. So I think what he's doing is he's I'm going to put myself into the, like, what would this be if I was depressed? And he's describing his day as if he were depressed, but already he's revealing things about his life. Like he has those meal prep kits. Do you know what those are? So basically, if you are not able to cook for yourself, you have no cooking talent whatsoever, you can subscribe to one of these insanely overpriced meal prep kits. And what they'll do is they will mail you individual meals portioned out. And all you have to do is open the kit, combine the ingredients. Usually it's something easy to do, like a quick stir fry or a quick bake. No real cooking skill required. And then you have a meal that's healthy and you know, what you would want for your lifestyle. But it's insanely expensive. Like, they way overcharge you because they did all the prep for you because you basically are inept and can't figure it out for yourself. So he's basically admitting that he's an idiot, that he's willing to way overpay to get daily meals pre-made for him that he can just squirt a sauce on and toss in the microwave or toss in a wok and stir fry or just toss in his oven. He can't go to the supermarket and buy groceries because that's too hard. He has to subscribe to a meal service to do it. No, literally no one gets, they're all scams for the record. That's why you see so many YouTubers and content creators advertising them. And there's like 1,000 of these because people are ignorant and stupid and they buy into the subscription for like 2 months. They pay an insane amount of money and they're like, oh shit, this is way too expensive. And then they cancel it. But it's a scam. He literally subscribes to it. Like, that's his lifestyle. That's what he does. He can't cook a meal for himself. Holy crap. Anyway.
Then fucking go to the gym. Somebody grabs the last 100-pound dumbbells. Can't do my chest press.
And for the record, this is a guy who claims he's insanely affluent. He says, I make so much money in bank. I make more money than anyone. I got 3,000 paid subs. He goes to the gym every day. Why? If you have a big house, which he claims, he just moved into a giant house. I'm sure one of the rooms is perfect for a workout room. Why don't you get a home gym? Why don't you do it at home? That way you never have to drive to the gym to do that shit. And then you can actually have all the equipment that you want. You never have to worry that someone's using the equipment. You have to wait for them. It's all dirty and shit. But why do you have to go to the gym? And, you know, you could think about it for a few different reasons. Number one, he's lying. He doesn't actually have a big house where he could have a home gym. He's just full of crap. Number two, he's not affluent. He doesn't have money to buy a home gym. He's a liar there too. It could also be he's so full of himself that one of the few times a day where he gets that ego trip is when he goes to the gym and he sees that he's buff and he looks around at everyone else around him who's trying to work out and get healthy and he's buff. Oh, I feel good now. I want to be around the people and act like the top dog and the top shit. So I go to the gym every day, right? I mean, who knows? But it doesn't add up. Again, his stuff doesn't, what he says versus how he behaves, it's not aligned. You know what I'm saying? There's a discrepancy there. if you were affluent, if you had a giant house, you'd probably have a really awesome home gym that you could use at all times. Like, why would you go to the physical gym and have to pay the weekly or the monthly membership, deal with waiting in line, dirty machines, people bothering you, all the nonsense? Why would you do that? The reason people go to the gym is because they can't afford a home gym, and to them, it's an easier way to get it into their routine. I got to drive there or whatever. This guy, I just don't believe anything this guy says about anything here. It's just nonsensical.
That sucked. Had to get an oil change. That took 3 fucking hours. So before you know it,
he had to get an oil change and it took 3 hours. Oh no. Are you telling me that LTG has one of those plans with the dealership? Oh no. This just gets worse. So let me get this straight. Okay? So he has a meal plan. He can't make meals for himself. So someone does it for him and he pays them exorbitant amounts of money to do it. And the meals, by the way, aren't very good either. So he's scammed there. He goes to the gym every day. He can't afford a home gym. And then he gets his oil changed through the dealership. So he has to wait 3 hours to get his oil change. He could literally drive to Jiffy Lube down the street and your oil will be changed in 20 minutes. No line. But he goes to the dealership. Let's keep going. He's very smart, this man.
Gym was too crowded. Didn't want to go at 3. Had to start on my stream at 6. Then after that, come online. Dealing with the same weirdos, talking shit 24/7. Now I got to deal with that. So it's like...
And it's funny because someone in chat just said, but this is all hypothetical. No, you see, that's the thing with LTG. What he says actually is his life. You think he's making it up. No, he's actually describing things he does during the day. And if he were depressed, how he would tackle each thing and how he could see, this is how my day would be if I was depressed like Wings. This is his actual schedule. He's not just pulling this out of his butt, but the thing is, he doesn't realize he's exposing to the internet his lifestyle. He thinks, oh, you know, I'll just make up the hypotheticals, but now we know everything you do all day. Like, why did you just say that?
The mental was fucked up there. So, imagine, exactly. Imagine you just come on stream with that energy 24/7. Like these, see, the thing about Wings, these guys are not going to fucking feel sorry for you. On top of that, there's 2 chances that Wings had. I'm going to say, right? First, it was the gastric bypass or lap band surgery or whatever he had. Then it was the boxing match. When he did the boxing match, I remember he went live for the first time because I had seen it, and people were just dumping super chats in his streams. They were just dumping super chats in there.
Uh-huh.
And it's just like, I would have just catapulted off that. That would have been the turning point that I would have needed to take.
How though? Like, here's the thing, and again, this is probably what LTG doesn't understand, is that Wings does not surround himself with a support structure to be successful in his efforts, okay? He doesn't have people around him that are coaching him on to be healthy. So he gets the surgery, but then immediately goes right back to the lifestyle where he's eating the food and no one stops him or does anything about it. He works out. He's going to do this fight with Boogie, which, by the way, he was not in shape for the fight with Boogie. He was on drugs. He admitted it, again, on my stream, the interview. He admitted that for the fight with Boogie, he was cutting. He was taking drugs and cutting weight by drugs. Okay, it wasn't a healthy weight loss or anything like that. Okay, he has the fight with Boogie and immediately gets right back to the old lifestyle again. Well, what happened? I thought that you were getting healthy. Well, where was the support structure to allow him to be successful? He doesn't have it. He doesn't have the group of people around him, whether it's the family unit, the friends, doctors, whatever it is, to say you have to do this. And sometimes it's tough love. Sometimes it's you just don't let the person. Like, for example, just don't let them have the bad food in the house. No more. No more having the fast food. No more having the bad food. No soda is in this house, period. Now you can't drink it, so you can't go back that way. You know what I'm saying? But he's like, oh, well, Wings got all this money thrown his way. So what? Success is fleeting. Yeah, people like the fact that Wings was going out of his comfort zone to do something completely different, right? He had never done like a physical thing like that before. In fact, there have been other attempts in the past, like him going on this camping trip with the guys from Painkiller already and stuff like that he had all backed out of. So the boxing match with Boogie was like the first significant time where he was stepping up and saying, I'm actually going to do something physical, right? People supported it. They were like, wow, this is a change. They showered him with money. And then immediately after the fight, he dropped it all and went right back to the old ways. So why would that continue? And I guess what he's saying is, well, he should have kept it going. But he doesn't have a plan. He doesn't have the plan to be successful. Weight loss and health is not a one-step success story. It is a big, arduous journey where you need to do the initial work and then you need to follow through and you need to have the support structure in place to make sure you do not fall back on your old ways. Wings does not have that. So he can't be successful in his weight loss journey. He can't. Like, there's literally nothing else that will help him but that. He could try anything. Ozempic. He could try, multiple surgeries. And it ain't going to work. So I don't understand why he doesn't get that. I don't understand. He was showered with money. So what? The money, it's not about the money. This guy is addicted to food. And he needs someone to help him stop being addicted. Tough love. That's what he needs. And he doesn't get it from anyone. So he just goes back to his old ways and he ain't going to get better. So I don't get why he doesn't understand that. And again, maybe he's just never been in that situation. You know what I'm saying? I feel like a lot of the things that he says is because he's just ignorant to the situation, but then why speak about it? Right? Like if you I just don't get it. Well, then don't comment on it. If you don't get it, if you don't have empathy for another human where you want to put yourself in their shoes and you have the cognitive ability, which he always says is cognitive. If you don't have the cognitive ability to actually understand someone else's perspective, then don't speak on it because you just sound stupid. You sound like you're a Neanderthal. Like, that's right. I just don't get it. He was showered in money. Why isn't he skinny? That's not the cause effect. You don't get showered in money and next thing you know, you shed 400 pounds. Like, what are you talking about? What a dunce level thing to say. But this guy actually thinks he's smart and he's like giving his wisdom to the internet when he streams. He's not. He's just talking out of his butthole every fucking day. And he's spewing this toxic stuff to an audience that apparently believe him. Or maybe not. Maybe it's just an audience that they entertain what he's saying and and then they go make their detractor videos about him. I don't know, right? Let's see here. So someone tipped me $1.50, says people go to public gyms not because they're poor. I didn't say that. Rather because they feel more accountable around public, like they're socializing, and gyms have more specialized equipment that won't fit in any home. More true if you push serious way. Now, that, for some extent, I can understand. If you are going to be a bodybuilder, if you are going to be a serious competitive athlete, you need a gym. I'll agree with you there. If you're on a actual sports team, if you're working to become a buff guy that you're going to go to shows and work out and compete, you should go to the gym. That, I'm never going to disagree with that. Does that guy look like that to you? No, this is a guy who just does it for fun. He doesn't even need to do it. He's just doing it because he wants to brag. This is his ego thing that I'm buff. Okay, good for you. Who cares? What does that have to do with anything? You're a content creator on the internet. No one cares that you're buff. You could be skinny. You could be fat. You could be tall. You could be ugly. You could have the camera off. Is your content good? No one cares about how you look. We care about your content. And that's the point I'm making is he presents himself as this affluent, egotistical, Adonis, holier than thou, better than you kind of guy, but his actions don't match what he says, right? It's not about what you say, it's about what you do. And all the things that he say don't get backed up by reality. And that's why people have issue with LTG. So I get what you're saying, but LTG didn't enter the weightlifting competition, and he's not on a sports team. He's just a dude who works out. He doesn't need to go to the gym every day. And like I said, maybe it is a thing where he likes to go to the public and stand next to other buff guys and compare himself. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. But it's certainly got to be some kind of an ego thing, or else he would have a home gym. There's no reason to not have a home gym if you're as big of a guy, as rich of a guy, as popular of a guy as LTG presents himself. Okay? Just being honest. It's nonsense. Okay. Let's continue.
Really just morph into a brand new guy. Yeah, he had mad support, and it's just like you didn't do anything with it.
What is he talking about? It's money. The money, if anything, especially if you have an addiction, right? The money is going to lead you further down the road of the addiction if you haven't solved it already. You know? So Wings, he loses all this weight. He does the fight. He just made a bunch of money. Time to blow it on stuff that I want or more food, right? No one stopped his eating habits. So why does he think that the money is going to solve the problem? That I just don't understand.
Shit's wild.
But then I got laid off and I was on unemployment for like 2 years. So I'm like, I just kept making stuff for my channel. And right at the end of my unemployment, I had just gotten like a machinima contract. And like, I was like, I don't know. I was less than a month away from making real money, but I thought I was 3 to 4 months away from making real money. So like I sold like my boat to give me self capital because I'd already ran through most of my savings, and because like unemployment ain't shit. It's like $300 a week or some shit like that. $392, I think. So I'd ran through most of my savings and my unemployment. So I sold my boat to give me $10,000 to keep pushing. And when that happened, that's when my channel got partnered. And we started making the machinima money. And that was good money for like 2.5 years. And then like it started to fall off. And then there was like 2 bad years of machinima money. And then I got depressed.
What's confusing to me about that is I also was partnered with Machinima. Again, it's so weird that our stories parallel the way they do. And I really wish that this guy would have come back on my show so we could have these conversations together. It seems like the only way I'll ever have this discussion now is in public with you guys on a stream, because this guy literally will not come on my stream. He just won't even like respond. He just can't be bothered. Okay? So with Machinima, the first 2 years were absolutely insane. They were overpaying everyone, way tons of money, right? Then after that, they basically reduced the amount of money that you were making, but it was still good. It wasn't bad money. It was just a reduced amount because it scaled with the advertisement revenue on YouTube, where originally they were just way overpaying. They had no idea what they were doing. And then there was like one final year where they readjusted again and the money was awful. This was the adpocalypse. Okay? So I would say like 2011, 2012 were amazing. 2013, 2014, 2015 were good. 2016, it went down a little. 2017, it tanked. So if that's what he's describing, okay, but it's definitely not the right time period. It was like a 7-year time period. He's saying it's like 3 or 4 or 5. That's not right. But yeah, so he's saying the money went down and I got depressed. The money went down in 2017 with the adpocalypse. Everyone's money went down on YouTube. It just tanked, like halved overnight. They lost Starbucks, they lost Walmart, they lost like their 3 biggest advertisers, and overnight the entire ad budget was completely taken away, and you couldn't make money on advertisements anymore. So he's like, damn, I got to find another way to monetize my content to make ends meet. So I get that. He's saying he was depressed. I reapplied myself, changed my content up, and became a full-time interactive live streamer in 2017. So let's see what he says happened.
And at that,
yeah, imagine just telling your audience depression, overeating.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Hey, look, it's still not going to solve it. If you're depressed today, as soon as you get off stream, you're going to be depressed. So what are we going to do? Like I always say, depression solves nothing. You know what I mean?
During that...
Yeah, but what's he talking about? Of course depression solves nothing. Do you think Wings... Oh, my God. LTG is like something else, dude. First off, I agree with LTG. Wings infamously overshares. He tells too much to his audience. Every little aspect of his life, he's sharing with his audience. I learned the hard way you don't do that. You have to keep to yourself. You have to have a separation between your private life and your public persona. There's a work-life balance. You have to have that. He doesn't have that. Literally, every single moment, he is talking to his audience. He is telling them about everything going on in his life. I don't know why he does that. That is an awful thing to do, and he should definitely learn from that. Like, don't do that. It's just going to come back to bite you. You should have separation. You should definitely be careful about what you share with the public, okay? Now, what LTG just said next is crazy. He goes, depression solves nothing. Who said depression solves anything? Who do you think went out there and got depression as a solution to something? Depression is an illness. It's a mental illness. And once you get it, you can't shake it. And it can creep up on you at the worst possible moment for no good reason. It can't be explained. It can't be cured. It just is. And some people have it. Wings does. And so for you to hold that against him is kind of messed up. There are definitely reasons to not like Wings of Redemption. The fact that he has depression and he can't get rid of it is not one of them. His actions that he actively chooses as a result of things like his depression, that you can hold against him. But not the fact that he just has it. Why can't he just shake it? It just shows how ignorant LTG is. As a person, as a content creator, to say shit like that in public, you have absolutely no conscious knowledge of what depression is, how you handle it, you know what I'm saying? Absolutely ridiculous. It's just weird stuff to say on a public stream in front of his audience of supposed thousands. Like, dude, you have no knowledge of anything you're talking about. Why are you fucking speaking? You're hurting yourself and you're hurting your audience by saying this dumb shit. Yeah, oh, depression solves nothing. No shit. You think he actively said, well, depression will get me more money. Let me talk about it on stream today. No, he just has a problem with oversharing and getting stuck in a depression rut, and then he can't get out of it, and he doesn't turn the stream off. I don't think he's doing it for pity bucks. I just think he legit, it hits him. He's like, shit, now I'm stuck, and he doesn't know what to do. He panics, so he just keeps blabbing, which is what he shouldn't do.
During that major depression, PKA kicked me out. That was like late 2013, early 2014. And at this point, that year I got kicked out from. I got kicked out from Machinima in January 2013, and then PKA kicked me off like March 2014, and like.
No, LTG coughed. LTG coughed, and Red Dale highlighted it just like Breaking Banquet was highlighting Wings coughs. That's actually pretty funny there.
So I just sat there. Like that year, I think I made $9,000 the entire year.
How the fuck you make 9 bands for the whole year? How do you even live? Is his house paid off?
I've had to fight with my mom.
We're going to talk to that in a second, about that in a second. But that is confusing because Wings will definitely say stuff like that. He'll be like, I only made like $9,000 in a year. Right now, I'm only making $30,000 in a year. It's like, dude, then how are you living? Like, what are you talking about? How could you possibly survive if you're only making $9,000 in a year? Did he save every single dollar that he ever made and it just sat in a bank account and so he could just sit there and not make money for a whole year and just drain his bank account? It's confusing because I don't really believe that at all. I do feel like sometimes Wings tends to massively over-exaggerate the situation and say that things are worse than they really are, and maybe that is for sympathy from his audience. I don't believe that he made $9,000 in an entire year ever in his life. Even if he was a high school kid working a fast food job, you probably make more than $9,000 a year. You know, you work 2 days a week, you're probably making more than that. So that I find very hard to believe, okay? But now we're going to get into the Wings homeowning saga, all right? So let's listen to this because this is a big thing.
Is his house paid off?
I've had to fight with my mother about ownership rights and shit like that because I took this house over on a verbal agreement. Well, both our names are on the deed for like who legally owns. It's a 75-25, me being the 25.
It's a 75-25. Me being the 25.
But my name is on the deed. Nobody can sell without my consent.
I was living off savings again at that point, and
So this is another thing that people bring up with Wings all the time. Number one, why in the holy hell did he tell his audience about that? Why would you ever in your right mind have gone on your stream and tell them about your ownership of a house and what percent you own and what percent you don't own? How does that make any sense? How is that anyone's business? And why would you share that with your streaming audience? It's like, dude, you are a gameplay streamer. If you were into real estate, maybe you share that with your audience. You're a gameplay streamer. So the moment that he told everyone about that, everyone documented it, wrote it down, stamped it, carved it into stone. Here it is. Here's the evidence of what he says. He only owns 25% of the modular home that he currently lives in. 75% apparently is in his mother's name. 25% is in his name. But then people bring up all the time the fact that, you know, you live in a trailer park. He's like, no, I own a modular home. And everyone's like, you don't own it. You own 25% of it. And he brags about being a homeowner and his house is paid off and everything. It's like, you don't own a house. You own 25% of a house. He's right. The statement he made, no one can sell the house without his consent because he has a 25% stake in it, but he doesn't own it. And this is brought up constantly on his content because he always keeps bragging about being a homeowner. He says he owns other properties that he rents out and stuff like that. And everyone's like, what are you talking about? Like, what? This is not a brag. You have no evidence of anything you're saying. And the evidence is the contrary. It contradicts what you're saying. But then he just keeps regurgitating the same story that makes no sense. Okay. That's why that was brought up. That's why the Breaking Banquet video called that out in like that excerpt there. Okay.
I was just in a depression. That depression lasted a long time, from like 2014 till probably about 2018 after the weight loss surgery. So it was like 4 years of my life that was just a big, dark black hole. And then I got the weight loss surgery, and I dropped 130 pounds in 2 months. I was feeling good.
So he says his heaviest was like 440 pounds. So if he dropped 130 pounds in 2 months, that's insane. He was down to 310, which is still big, but that must have been insane relief to lose like a third of your body weight, you know?
I was happy. People were cheering me on. A lot of people came by and donated for me to get the weight loss surgery. And I was doing good. And then the trolling stuff kicked in hard.
The trolling stuff kicked in hard. Damn, it's just crazy how these people like this just allow this online weirdos to just control your everyday living. Sticks and stones, man.
I'll comment on that in a second. But James did a $2 super chat and says, don't forget he paid for the house twice. That I don't know about. I don't know that lore. That's deeper lore, I guess, to be learned about later. I did not know anything about him paying for a house twice. That's pretty crazy. All right. Well, thank you, James, for $2. I don't know about that one. Feel free to elaborate if you want to. Okay. So what LTG is saying is, man, I just can't believe that trolls could have such an impact on your life. Keep in mind, this is a guy who literally rage quits games daily as he plays them because his trolls come into his lobbies and stream snipe him, so he can't complete the matches. He just drops right out of them. Okay? This is a guy who constantly gets deplatformed. This is a guy, I mean, keep going on and on. This guy is constantly, his life is affected by his trolls. But then he acts like, oh, they're not affecting me at all. Why is Wing such a wimp to be affected by his trolls? What are you talking about? He doesn't, the funny part is, you know this guy stares at himself all day, every day because he's so full of himself, but he acts like he doesn't own a mirror. Like he's never looked at his own self to say, that's me. I'm also affected by my trolls every day. I should have some empathy for Wings because I'm also hit like that. Now, maybe he doesn't have deep depression because of it, but still he's affected by it, right? But he just doesn't have that level of self-awareness whatsoever to analyze the situation and be like, damn, I see something of myself in Wings. He could never do that.
No, people try to come in my stream 24/7 with the dumb shit. I just installed FosaBot. We made it that much better. How many bans do we have tonight? Let's check. We banned 47 people that came out of 47 pussies for no reason. You said,
So his solution to the trolling is to install a bot that just blanket bans people, right? Like, I have bots, but as you can see, especially if you're in the Kick Chat right now, the entirety of my Kick Chat's angry today that I'm doing different kinds of content and trying to branch out and maybe try something new. And they're all freaking out, screaming, saying this is terrible. Of course, I don't listen to them because they don't ever have any impact on me because they're just a peanut gallery of my detractors. I'm not stupid. But I didn't ban them all, right? Like, I'm letting it roll. Let them sit there. Let them do their thumbs down emotes. Let them do, you know what I mean? At least my chat's moving, unlike his. Like, imagine that. Imagine if you were so strongly moderated that your chat never moved and then you were bragging about it. You're like, I have a bot that literally just, you know, it literally just deleted everyone. How is that bragging? Like, what is that to be proud about? I don't know. I don't get it. I just don't get it. You got to find a balance. Like, obviously, you want your chat to entirely be trolls, but at the same time, you can't have it locked down. You have to kind of have like a middle ground that everyone can enjoy themselves, right?
but imagine if I was 700 pounds, that would never happen. It's unimaginable. Because me, I'm not a foodie where I just need food. Like, I have to remind myself to eat. I have to be like, oh, damn, I only had 2 meals today. Damn, I need another one. Damn, I need protein. That's why you always see me pausing my stream. I'm going down there getting a protein bar. I'm warming up a meal. I'm not eating because I love food. I'm eating to sustain, that's what eating should be. Is eating should be to sustain, not to gorge and overeat.
I'll agree with that. Eating is to sustain, not to gorge and overeat. That's correct. But everything you said up to that made absolutely no sense, okay? If you're someone who actually is working out, all right, and you're actually stressing your body to the point where your body is growing, bulking, changing, slimming down, here's what happens. When you work out, your body is now going to crave more protein. And so what'll happen is your body will stop craving the bad stuff. Like it won't want fatty foods. It won't want candy. It won't want bacon. Instead, your body wants meat. It's going to want chicken. It's going to want turkey. It's going to want flavorful meat. Maybe red meat too. I don't eat a lot of red meat. That's another reason. I have another medical condition. But you start to really strongly crave protein. Okay? Since I started working out in the middle of last year, roughly, okay, my appetite has actually increased, but only for the right stuff. Okay? If you actively are working out and you're challenging yourself in your body and you're bulking and you're growing, you're actually hungry a lot. So what he's saying here, I just don't get it. I'm never hungry. I have to remind myself to go eat. What? Something's wrong with you. If you're actually in an active, healthy lifestyle, your body will get hungry during certain times of the day because, it wants more protein, because it's craving that, because it's growing, it's building. You know what I'm saying? And so literally what he's saying is insane. It doesn't make any sense. And I think what it is, he's trying to say is, I'm better than wings. I don't ever crave food. You see? That's a stupid thing to say. If you're healthy and you work out, you do crave food, but you crave the right foods and you crave the right portions of it at the right times. That's all he had to say. It's like, well, I don't just crave bad food all the time, but instead he has to go to the extreme and be like, well, I'm never hungry. Well, then you're dead. If you're never hungry, you're dead. You're a zombie, or you're a skeleton, or maybe a vampire. Then again, I guess a vampire craves blood. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. It makes no sense. And again, this is the guy who earlier is giving medical advice, yet he doesn't even understand that a basic healthy human body should have hunger during the day because it's healthy and wants protein. He doesn't get that.
And then come on stream and cry about it after they paid for your lap band surgery.
And like I said before, lost the Twitch account, which that fucked me up so badly, man. So
man, how did somebody like Wings lose their Twitch account?
Because he got demonetized just like me. Again, it was the cancel culture of 2021 where they put together these packages of stuff that we had done in the past. For me, they took a clip of me saying the N-word, but it was me playing a character, and that was from 2010 or something like that. And then there was a clip of me playing Dead Space, and it was the infamous Nazi jokes that I made during the 10 minutes that I played Dead Space and did that stupid segment. It was stuff from over a decade ago. And they compiled it into a supercut of DSP's worst moments. And they just sent it to all the people who I was platformed with. Twitch, the streaming services, Teespring, and more. And so instead of being smart and being like, what is this? Why are we being harassed by a bunch of people sending us crap? They entertained it because that was the woke era. Remember, 2020 was COVID and the Black Lives Matter movement, and immediately the woke era started. So all the companies now needed to be woke. And so in 2021, they did it to me, then they did it to Wings. So we got demonetized everywhere. It was what the hell? The only place we didn't get demonetized was YouTube. Everywhere else, that everyone said, oh no, you can't be partnered here. Why? You contacted me years ago. In the case of Teespring, they courted me. I wasn't interested in doing merchandise. They reached out to me and said, we want to make merch for you. They designed my initial merch. They sold it for years. Then they kicked me out later and said, oh, well, here's stuff you did 10 years ago. Yeah, but I've been with you for 3 years. You knew about that 3 years ago. Why would you kick me out now? But that's what happened. So it wasn't that Wings was doing anything actively wrong in the present day. But what ended up happening was, in the past, stuff that he had said back in the day, they took it and sent it to all his platforms as if he had done it now. And then they kicked him out just like they kicked me out. So basically the same thing happened to us within a month.
What did you say?
Was that his kitty? That was cute.
So badly. Then they took away every other alternative, right? So I couldn't even do Twitch without a partnership and take stream elements or stuff because they took that away too. Then they started throwing foul strikes on my YouTube channel. And then at that point it was oh. was straight back into eating at that point.
He said the hard R.
And then and then I got married.
He told somebody, I blah, 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 hope you're blah, 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 while playing COVID.
You read that, right? I mean, yeah, if he did that, obviously that's awful, right? If he actually did that, right? But at the same time, is that a reason to get him completely deplatformed everywhere and not ever to make a dollar for the rest of his life? Because he got angry on one stream and he said something awful? I think pretty much every streamer has these moments of weakness where they say bad things, right? Pretty much. So, I mean, I get it. Okay, you personally don't like the guy because he did one thing, but I don't know.
Oh, okay. That'll do it.
And marriage picked me up, and Kelly's been my rock for a while. And then we did Lolcat Live. Well, the boxing match was in 2013, and we did Lolcat Live, and now we're here. What's the next step?
The boxing match was in 2013, or does he mean
2023?
My life, who knows? But after Fat Camp, I was very embarrassed of myself in what I did at Fat Camp, and so it really fucked with my mental health, and I just started eating tremendously bad again. So I've put on like 50 pounds since like March of last year. So I went from like 400 to like 441 right now. So 41 pounds.
Wait, he said he went from what?
41. So I went from like 400 to like 441.
Damn, how you just put on? Like, what is he gobbling up?
Well, that I can answer. Literally, he admitted on my interview, all he does is order out and eat bad food every single meal. He does not eat a single healthy meal. Every single meal is fast food, or it's from a restaurant that's unhealthy. Like he talks about, these pork chops and this side of like unsavory, the savory side that's awful for you, full of fat. And then the next meal is, we went to McDonald's. We went to, we went here, we went there. And then he's drinking the giant soda on stream. Never a small, never a medium, always the large, a giant soda. Like literally, this is all that he does. That's his entire diet. Okay? Now, I'm gonna talk about a topic here. This is gonna be a hot one. All right? But I gotta get this off my chest. All right? And everyone can be all angry or whatever, but it's something that I've thought about for years here in this regards to this situation, okay? What I've been talking about is that Wings needs a support structure around him, all right, that is going to allow him to succeed if he chooses to lose weight. It sounds like he wants to lose weight, does it not? Like every time he talks about it, he's sad, he wants to lose it, but he can never lose it. And I want, what is going on? Like, how is it that he always has bad food in his area, in his house, in his life? Why is it being delivered? Why is it in his house? Why does he have soda in his house? Why does he have the food there? I just don't get it. I'm lost, right? Because for me, the first step to getting healthy was to eliminate the bad things from my lifestyle. So for example, I don't want to drink soda. I don't have it in the house. I don't buy it. I don't order it. It's just not here. And if the soda's not here, now I got to drink what's here. Well, what's here? Seltzer, water. I'll drink that, right? I just don't understand at all why all of this is in his house, okay? Now, you might say, well, it's because, he has money. He has the money and he just buys whatever he wants, right? He's able to just order out all the time and buy whatever he wants. Fair enough. Some people argue that this guy is enabled by his audience to live the lifestyle that he lives. That maybe if people were like, well, we're not going to support you if you just keep eating this way, that then he would be able to do it. That's a hard thing to say, but at the same time, when you think about it, well, yeah, like he's spending all the money that he makes on his streams to order out this food. If he actually was ordering healthy food, if he was cooking, preparing meals that were good for him, not only would he save money because that's cheaper than fast food these days, but he'd also be getting healthy. So why is it that when he streams games, people are throwing money at him and saying, here's $100, all right? I want you to hit your goal, pimp. And then he's like, oh, thanks. And then next thing he's doing is he's eating a fast food meal. on the stream. But I want you to do well. I want you to have success. Here's money. And then he spends the money on the bad thing, right? That gets me, right? And the other thing, again, like I said, maybe he would actually be able to be successful if he had a support system in place that would help him to be successful. But I don't think he has it. I don't think that he has family, friends, relatives, or anyone around him that can help him. What he has is enablers, all right? Enablers. That's what I meant to say. I stuttered there. He has a group of moderators, family members. They all enable him to do whatever the hell he wants. They kind of coddle him, and they protect him, and they keep him in this bubble so he can live that lifestyle for as long as he humanly wants. But in truth, he shouldn't be able to. There should be people who are interjecting in his life and saying, this is an intervention, dude. Like, you're going to kill yourself. Why are you acting this way every single day, on stream, off stream? How can you do this to yourself? Don't you understand that you're married and you have a family and you have a responsibility to your wife and your animals and everyone to be there for them? So why are you doing this to yourself? Why is no one doing this for this man? Why is there no one who cares enough about him to stop this behavior, or at least to try to interject into the behavior to stop it? I'm very confused about this, because in truth, I know that I have that with my wife, Kat. All right. Ever since I met her and we got married and everything, my life has just become better and better and better and better. She is the person who convinced me to eat healthy, to eat less. Let's eat less red meat, less fatty foods. Let's go to chicken. Let's go to turkey. Let's eat the healthier alternatives. She learned to cook them so that I could have a healthier lifestyle. For as hard as I've worked to change and to dedicate myself to not drinking the sugary sodas, to not eating the fatty foods, to not have candy and treats in my diet, I owe just as much to her for being there behind the scenes, working her butt off to learn how to make things healthy in this house. Like most of the stuff that we eat these days. You want to know what we're going to have for dinner today? Here's what we're having for dinner today. White meat chicken, okay, marinated. We're going to have baby carrots. We're going to have some diced golden potatoes. She's going to cook that in a Japanese curry sauce, and we're going to have it over white rice. So we're going to have healthy starch. We're going to have vitamins. We're going to have a lot of protein. It's going to taste great. No cheese, no grease, no fat, healthy. That's our dinner today. That's why I've lost so much weight. If you used to see me years ago and I was like this and I was bloated and I was, that's how I was. That's the reason why I have improved. Yes, it is me making the right choices. Yes, I'm working out for sure. But that's the real reason. The support that I'm getting behind the scenes of someone who loves me and is saying, I want you to get better. I want you to be healthy. I want you to be here, to be part of this family for as long as you humanly can be so we can have a great life together. I don't think Wings has that. And I know what a lot of you are saying, because some people in the chat right now are saying, so what are you saying? He's married. I'm not saying anything. What I'm saying is, where is his support structure to allow this man to be successful, to lose the weight? Because he had the surgery, he had the fight, he's had the financial support, he's got all the other pieces to be successful, okay? And I just don't understand what's going on. But the thing is, I'm not there. I don't have the answers. And the thing is, this guy's got detractors who are on his ass all day about it. What is really the story that's going on over there? I'm just so confused. All right. And again, here's something else. Okay. And I'm watching his stream. I was not watching a detractor video. I was watching his stream. His wife keeps bringing him food, fast food, all the time. Not infrequently, frequently. All the time. I just don't understand it. Like, these are two people who both want to help each other, who both want themselves to be healthy, to lose weight, to have a good life together, a long, healthy life together. Why are you enabling each other's problem then? I'm at a loss. There was one stream, he says, look what my wife just brought me. And he lifts up a bag of mini donuts. Okay? I think they were the powdered mini donuts. And he goes, so my wife just brought these home, and she said, I better eat them because she's not supposed to have them, so I better eat them so she can't get to them. I'm not making that up. That happened on his stream, a gameplay stream. So why do you think this guy has detractors? Right? Now, it's because they make money. 100%. It's because they make money doing the content they do on him. But this man does not do himself any kind of a service when he's behaving like that, and then he's publicly sharing it with his audience. That, like, even if that's the case, and him and his wife are so addicted to food, they can't stop eating bad, don't show it to your audience, right? So that's what kills me about this is I 1,000,000%, 1,000,000% am successful with this change that I have had in the last 5 years of my life because of my wife, because of her support, her love, both mental, physical support, cooking, everything, like the lifestyle, the cooking and everything is all because of her. 100%. Yes, I worked hard, but it's only in tandem with her help that I've been able to lose all this weight and become healthy. Okay? He needs that. But it's obvious he's not getting it. All right? From the right people. I mean, again, why, if it's not going to be his wife, he's got to find someone else. It's got to be some kind of a life coach, a doctor, a parent or relative. Someone has to be there to be his support structure, or he will never, ever get better. What he's doing right now is not working, and it will never work unless something changes. And LTG doesn't get that. He stands here just flabbergasted, right? It's like, no, I can tell you, looking at this man, he wants to change. He wants to lose the weight. He wants to be healthy for himself, for his family. He wants to. He can't. He's tried. He cannot stop himself. And the people in his life that should be stopping him are not. They're enabling him. It's his wife and it's his moderators and supporters. I've seen on his stream, he's sitting there crying about how fat he is, and then one of his moderators drops him $100. How did that help him? Did that solve the problem? Did that teach him, new life situation? What? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is going on? So you just enabled him to now do the bad behavior more. How does that help? You reward the good behavior. If you are watching a content creator and they're putting out content you enjoy, support it. If they're improving their setup with the support that you give them, support them further. If you think that the things they say and do on a stream are adding to your enjoyment of life, are teaching you things, imparting wisdom upon you, okay? Support them. Why on earth would you enable terrible behavior? If you see someone who's going down the wrong path, they're doing the wrong things with their life, you don't agree with them, why would you be then throwing them support? Why then would you bring them the thing that's killing them? I don't get it. And maybe that's me. I just don't understand it. I don't. Because sometimes it's called tough love. It's called, I'm loving you by doing the thing that hurts you now, but it's going to help you in the long run. And I don't think Wings gets tough love. I think he just gets the wrong people whispering in his ear the wrong things, and he has this circle of people who he feels protected. It's not even just his moderators and his wife. It's the people he plays games with, too. The people he plays games with sit there, and they're whispering in his ear, did you hear DSP talk shit about you today? Man, that DSP guy's a dick. Man, that DSP guy is an asshole. And Wings is like, what are you talking about? Why are you saying that about DSP? Like, I don't dislike the guy. I actually kind of like the guy. I don't you think I'm a dick too, just like him? Yeah, but he's worse. It's like the bug in his ear. It's like the freaking worm tongue in Lord of the Rings, trying to make this guy think toxic things about people around him. How does that help him? Exactly. And I've seen this behavior long term, like, hurt this man. And the only people that call it out are his detractors. Seriously. Like, his detractors highlight those moments, and if you watch the detractor videos, they're like, here's when his moderator tossed him $500 out of nowhere, right? Here's literally when he's in the party, and everyone in his party just talks shit about DSP for literally no reason, out of nowhere. Here's when his wife brought him the bag of donuts. And it's like, holy shit, right? Like, so it's like, the way I see it, there's two things that have to happen with Wings if he's ever going to improve his life situation. Number one, he has to stop sharing all of that crap. He has to stop showing him eating and drinking. He has to stop sharing about his family members and things. All that has to end. It has to be when he comes on stream, he's there to play games and hang out with his audience, and that's it. There has to be a work-life separation. It can't be, I tell you everything about my life and what's going on, because that's how you get into trouble. And number two, he has to find, 100%, he has to find people who will support him and give him the tough love he needs so that he can actually change his lifestyle. Because if he doesn't, he will never stop eating. And in another year or two, this man will be bigger, and then he's going to be in the hospital. And the next thing you know, that's the end. Like, I don't want that to be the end of Wings of Redemption. I want this man to have a turnaround in his life. I think he deserves it. I don't think he's the horrible person and the villain that people make him out to be at all. I just don't see it. I don't see this man being an evil, conniving, vindictive person. What I see is a man who's got addictions that he needs to shake, and he's tried again and again and again, and he's failed. Now he needs something or someone to interject to save him. And it's not going to be a moderator dropping in hundreds of dollars to enable him, and it's not going to be his friend group telling him dirty things on his streams to make him think evil thoughts, and it's certainly not his wife who's bringing him the bad food. It's got to be someone else who steps into his life. It's certainly not LTG trying to give this guy advice in this crappy react where he's basically saying the most nonsensical stuff because he has no concept of any kind of empathy whatsoever. He could never understand something that Wings goes through because he's not depressed and he's not fat. So he couldn't possibly say something that's like meaningful to Wings, like I'm trying to do here, or helpful. Instead, he's going to say dumb shit. Unreal. Okay. Well, a bunch of people did some super chats. There was a £5 super chat from Rika. Thank you, Rika. It's funny because here's the thing. Everyone in chat, in the Kick chat, is a troll today. And YouTube chat's kind of split. There are a lot of trolls in the YouTube chat, but there's some level-minded people too. But the question is, am I speaking truth? And if I am, why is everyone so afraid? What are we all afraid of? We're all staring at the same situation going down. So why are we all just afraid to say this stuff? Right? I don't think Wings is a villain, but he's a guy who needs help. Or else he's going to eat himself to death on stream right in front of all of us. And we're all going to have to suffer with the fact that we knew it was happening and no one did anything about it. Now, not that we can force ourselves to do anything about it. I'm not going to break into the guy's house and stop it from eating. But someone's got to do something. You know? Like, what the hell? Like, I get it that there's people who sit around and they're like, well, I just want to watch the world burn. And I just want to watch the train crash. Yeah, but it's pretty fucked up to see a guy's life, you know, like this in this situation. And just to be like, well, we're making videos on it, so we're making money on it, so it's all good. Well, what if he dies? Then is it all good? I don't think so. If anything, listen, my detractors have tried to hurt me a lot. They have, okay? But I've improved myself over these years. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have. I've improved my life situation. I've improved my health. I'm getting better. And my detractors razz me for other shit. But this guy, the more that it gets worse, the harassment gets worse, his health gets worse. So I'm genuinely worried about this guy at this point. I really am. I'm genuinely worried that we're going to see this never end because he just doesn't have anyone to improve that situation, you know, help him with it. Anyway, and then there was, let's see here, a $5 super chat from John Lowe, and he's basically saying, Wings treat you like trash. How many times did he ignore you, insult you, or cancel plans? I don't know about him insulting me. He's canceled plans with me once. He's ignored me a ton. 100% he's ignored me a million times. But I don't necessarily see that as an insult. I see that as a symptom of the situation that he's in. That's just how he is. That's the life that he's become, is the life of the guy who just sits there and has this routine that he's comfy with, and he just does it all day, every day, and that's getting up, eating the bad food, streaming the schlock content of Battlefield or whatever it is he's going to stream today, try to receive donations, complain if he doesn't, turn the stream off, turn it back on, eat again. It's just this pattern. So anything outside of that pattern he's not comfortable with, he's not going to engage with. Oh, someone actually went ahead and messaged me and said that they want to do an interview. I can't bother with that. That's not part of the routine that I'm comfortable with. You know? And that's what it is. He's just become so complacent in this loop that he has of his life. And no one's breaking him out of the loop. So it just continues to get worse and go down on the downward spiral. James Chan did $10 and had no idea what he was talking about, so I'm not even going to entertain it because it's factually completely untrue. So there's no reason to even address it because it's not even based in reality. SD Chargers did a $2 super chat. He says, people have been telling Wings this for a decade. Well, I know that. But there's a difference between telling him and then finally someone doing something about it. Because again, I don't think it's us that can do it. We're not going to break his door down to change his life. We can't legally. Like right now, if you go to Wings' house, you break his door down, you get arrested. Right? But there's got to be someone, okay? Someone in his life, a family member, a friend, someone that can find a way to interject. All right? There's got to be. I just don't understand it that we can all just sit here and watch from the peanut gallery and point and say, he's fat, ha, ha, ha. No, I don't say that. I look at him and I'm like, damn, that's not a bad guy at all. Sometimes I listen to him to make a joke or make commentary. It's genuinely funny or, you know, you laugh. It's insightful. Sometimes he says something stupid that's still funny. It's not mean intentioned. It's not bad. I don't think this is a vindictive guy who wants to hurt others. I just don't think that he's capable of helping himself. So who in life then is going to actually help him? Right? I don't know. All right. I got a $3 tip. Jordy is an extremely hard-headed and complacent person. Keem and Boogie tried tirelessly, but Wing seems to always have the I'm too far gone, I'd rather die eating delicious food mindset. He's had this food spiral since his fat camp crash out. That moment really messed him up. Yeah, and again, you know, with that, I don't know the ins and outs of that. That's something I wanted to talk to him about. Exactly what happened, what didn't happen, why do people say that one thing happened and then it didn't or not, I don't know at all. Seriously, like, I don't get it. Why this is such a big thing that, like, ruined him. Because he's already been through a million other things. So why was this the one thing that kind of crushed him and now he's even further on the downward spiral? Like, you can see the video. Did he maliciously assault his wife? No. If he did, he'd be in jail. So what are we freaking out about? But maybe I don't know. There's something I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I just don't understand that whole situation either. Okay? All right. Let's keep going.
Like, what type of shit is there to eat where you could just balloon up to 40 quick pounds?
Just constant fast food. Soda and constant fast food. That's all it is. And he eats it every meal. Like, not even a skip meal. It's every meal. It's the soda and the fast food. That'll get you.
You just ordering wiener schnitzel?
Right now. So 41 pounds. And, like, I don't know. So that's how you make an 18-year career by accident. I'd love to take a fishing trip, man, but like I'm not in good.
You said that's how you make an 18-year career by accident.
I'm not in a good fishing.
What's up?
First, I'm too busy. Not too busy. I'm too heavy to fit in a boat. Like a bass boat's got like a 500-pound weight limit.
Jeez.
Me by myself makes that weight limit. I don't know. I'd love to take a fishing trip or something. This isn't a pity stream, man. It's not a pity stream at all.
I mean, the whole shit.
See, this is the thing. Like, he says it's not a pity stream. Maybe he didn't intend it to be a pity stream, but that's exactly what it became. And that's what I mean. He gets caught up in this depression, and the next thing you know, that's it. Like, he's going on this giant tangent. Like, aren't you supposed to be playing Battlefield? Like, what is going on right now? And then it's now, of course, that's all anyone talks about. That's what he did on stream today, right? It's like, sheesh.
It was a fucking pity stream. Damn, so Wings just hasn't the cognitive has not picked up since we did that live stream.
What does that mean? His cognitive has not picked up. Does he even understand what he's saying? I don't think he does. I think he thinks the word cognitive means something different. And he always says it that way. Like, what is he saying? his cognitive has not picked up. Okay, hold on. Let's look it up. Cognitive. Relating to the process of acquiring knowledge and understanding through thought, experience, and senses. How did Wing's process of picking up knowledge through his senses and thoughts not picked up? Like, what's he talking about? What did it have to be? Again, I think he creates this weird meaning. Like, this is a meme speak definition word for him. And he uses it all the time. And outsiders listen to him. He's like, what the hell did he just say? What? Does it sound like Wing's cognitive abilities have been stunted by some way? All of a sudden, did he become Bruce Willis? And he's forgetting who he is and he doesn't know where he is or anything? Like, what are you talking about? He didn't lose his cognitive abilities. What?
3 years ago. You see, it's just as simple as this. Being fat is a cosmetic and mental thing. It's either you want to lose the weight and live in your true form or you don't. Like, how hard is it to just not pick up the fork and gobble up food? You say, can we soul swap?
Zero understanding of addiction, zero understanding of any kind of understanding of depression, zero empathy, zero anything. You know, zero, just zero knowledge. But I'm going to sit here and act like I know anything about anything and talk from my high horse because I'm better than you because look at me because I'm buff, right? Like, no, you don't know anything, dude. Like, seriously. You don't know anything about what this guy's going through. Yes, he's had many opportunities to change his life. It's obvious he can't do it himself and he needs an intervention. But that doesn't mean that, you know, it's an easy thing to do. If it was an easy thing, he would have done it, right? Listen, I'm not trying to take any of the responsibility away from Wings. He's definitely doing the wrong things. He knows he's doing the wrong things. It seems like he can't stop himself from doing the wrong things. And that's sad. But the difference between him and the other probably million Americans that are in the same position is that he's a live streamer. So we have this public theater that we see this going down every day. And it's disturbing or entertaining for various different reasons, depending on you and your thought process. For me, it's disturbing and sad. I don't like seeing a guy who I personally don't have a problem with. I don't think he's an evil guy. I don't like seeing him suffer and basically slowly kill himself every day. Okay? LTG is sitting here and he's like, oh, it's easy. Just don't eat. Way to go. Way to prove yourself a great human, dude. Really, just show that you actually have absolutely no emotion for anyone around you. You only think about yourself in your own situation. You can never walk in someone else's shoes for 5 seconds. I mean, what an awful thing to say. What a poor way to behave or conduct yourself in front of your live audience. It's a great thing to say about someone, right? Because you know so much. You really know about everything about this guy. Terrible.
We soul swap this guy LT.
How's he gonna make it to the factory?
What?
How would he make it to the Covenant Research Center? You've seen the Sprinter van. Damn, it's just, I can't even say it's sad to see Wings.
I don't even know what the hell he's just talking about. Can we soul swap? He can't make it to the Covenant facility. What the fuck? Is someone writing fan fiction right now? Like, what are you talking about? Hi, LTG, we're on Earth. Down here, where are you? You're on fucking Mars somewhere. What's he talking about?
Like this, because I mean, it's all controllable via his reality. But I mean, I tried to kind of have this talk with him back in 2023, and nothing has changed. I mean, I guess he just loves soda, snacks, and dinners. I mean, I guess that's what makes him feel better. But me, if I could think of something that makes me feel better.
Oh boy, I can't wait to hear this. What makes LTG feel better? Thanks, Dr. Dardar Doo for $5. I appreciate that. Okay. I can't wait to hear this. It's obvious that it's the food that makes Wings feel better, right? It's the only thing that probably makes him feel better, or else why would he keep doing it despite the fact that we know that it's hurting him? Okay? I cannot wait to hear what makes LTG feel better. Here we go.
Personally, that gives me a high in life. I would say just my purpose.
Your purpose. What's his purpose?
Doing things that make me feel like I'm productive and successful.
His purpose is to do something that makes him feel productive and successful. What makes him feel productive and successful? I'm curious. Will he actually extrapolate on that? Okay? Because initially that sounds to me like making money. Every time that I'm making money, well, that's productive use of my time, and I'm successful if I'm making money. That's what it sounds like he just said. And we'll play it out, and we'll see if he adds anything further. I don't know if he will. For me, if you were to ask me the same question, okay, what do I feel would make me feel like, make me feel good about myself, or what's worthwhile use of my time, whatever, I would say a day when I feel like my actions genuinely helped someone else in some way. Whether it's through entertainment, whether it's through sharing of knowledge, whether it's I physically helped someone, whatever it is. As long as today, something that I did actually genuinely made someone feel better or have a good day, or it improved someone's life or something like that, I'm adding overall to the human experience. That's when I truly feel good about myself. Okay? It doesn't really matter if I got over making money, being productive or successful for myself. What I want to know is that what I did helped the people on planet Earth, or the creatures of Earth, because it could be animals too. It could be anything, right? Something that I did helped out people today. That's when I feel like, okay, I've done something good. Okay, for him, he says, when I feel productive and successful. Well, what is that? Let's see what he says.
But picking up a soda or gobbling up dinners, it would never do it for me. But like I said, as far as wings, there's
So that's it. All he ever said was being productive or successful, so making money. So as long as his purpose is to make money, as long as he's making money, then he's happy. Okay. So for Wings is happy when he eats, gives him the endorphin rush, makes him feel good about himself. For LTG, it's making money, printing the dollars, getting that bag. My answer is very simple. If I feel like I've done something to help someone else or improve someone's life for today, that's a day when I feel like I did something good. And that makes me feel happy about myself. Outside of that, every day is just another day. One day I make a ton of money. One day I make a little bit of money. Right? One day we have a great stream. One day we have a shitty stream. It's all white noise. It's ups and downs. It all balances out in the long run. Obviously I want to have more good days than bad days, but that's not the end all be all of why I'm here. Today I'm doing this different kind of content. Did I sit here and mercilessly attack either person involved in this and rip them a new butthole? No, I analyzed it very matter-of-factly as a person who knows both of these guys and their lore and is also affected by a lot of the same stuff that they're affected by. I tried to basically be as rational as possible and let you know my takes on this stuff. And some people might look at this and analyze it and be like, well, that's very useful content. I didn't know that. Now I know something else about the situation or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So, there you go. But hopefully it's not harm. I don't think I harmed either of these guys. All right. I'm just trying to relay my honest thoughts about these situations. And I hope that you got something out of it. If you did, great. Be sure to share those thoughts. And if you didn't, also be great. Be like, you know what, Phil? Well, it's something different you tried. But, just don't do it in the future. We just want you to play games. That's fine too. I'm down with whatever. This year, 2026 is a year where I want to try different things. I do. I want to see, what can I do to help? What can I do to actually be a positive force on this planet rather than someone who's just here to make a paycheck every day? So I'm listening. I want feedback, but let's continue. Let's finish the video. Okay.
There's options now. We're in the future. You got Ozempic to rapidly lose the weight. And then you got Retta to hold on to some of the muscle tissue.
He's giving doctor's advice again, for goodness sake. Someone just did 1,000 kicks and is talking about Ethan Ralph. Congrats. That's not anything that's going on today. But thanks for the 1,000 kicks. I appreciate that. What's their name? Chairman Kaga. Thanks for 1,000 kicks. I appreciate that. Okay. Biggest kicks of the day. Cool. Thank you. I guess he thought I was going to derail my stream and talk about Ethan Ralph. No, we're not going to do that today. Okay. So let's hear Dr. Sparrow.
Post weight loss, once you want to pick up and tighten up the blubber, there's options for you. But, you know, as I always say, all right?
The power is yours.
Zembic kills your appetite so you wouldn't even have the urge. You know what I'm saying? Give yourself, you know, a couple of stomach staple joints.
What? What is he even saying? At this point, he's rambling on. He's getting off the mic and talking to the background about stomach staple joints. What is going on? What? Content.
Oh, cat's over there. Somebody gave him $5 for pity. Nah, a man like him doesn't eat steak and eggs. That'd be the last thing that he needs.
And that's it. Okay. Well, there you go. All right. Well, that was interesting for multiple reasons. Let's actually swing back to my set over here, shall we? And let's get everyone's opinions. Let's talk a little bit. In fact, what I'll do, I'll actually, because now we're done over there, we'll swing the monitor back and I can actually see everyone. I'm still here for like 45 minutes. Okay, so in summary, okay, after having watched that, hold on, get everything down here. I get some music going too. All right. So, got the music going. Okay. So, in summary, after having watched that whole thing, first of all, that was probably the craziest thing to react to. That was a detractor. Well, first it was Wings. Then it was a detractor making a video about what Wings did on that particular stream. Then it was LTG reacting to the detractor video about Wings, but then a detractor made a detractor video about LTG watching that. And then I watched that. So now what's going to happen is my detractors are going to make detractor videos about me reacting to that. And then probably both Wings and LTG will react to that. So this is going to be an endless loop. Okay? It will be. Like, it's going to keep going. It's not going to end or anything. It's gonna... But that's like what YouTube has become. Like, hold on. It's too loud. The YouTube content, there we go. The YouTube content has just become this endless loop of people reacting to what other people said. And everyone does it. Like, literally, no exaggeration, every single person now does this content. Okay? I basically don't, right? I stay away from it for 99% of the time. Reason being, you know, I think people say that my space is the game space. My place to focus is on, you know, opinions on playing the game or whatever. And people like that from me. For 2 years, I did a react show where I reacted to all kinds of stuff. Some of it was drama like that. Some of it was just general stuff. Okay? And I wanted to give it a go today. I saw this opportunity with this very, very unique situation with this particular video that came out. And I wanted to see what would happen. And it's interesting what I'm seeing. And by the way, I'm not done. We're still going to interact. We've still got a while to hang out here. But in general, here's what I saw. Pretty much the entirety of the kick chat, okay, basically is trolls. Very few people were being positive about it. I wish they were. I wish there were more people there that were positive, but there's just not a lot of positive people in the kick chat these days. There's a few, but not a ton. Let's go to the next song. You know what? Let's change the playlist. That even threw me for a little. What is that? Okay, let's go to the next song. That was absolutely ridiculous. Okay. There we go. That's a little better. Okay. So anyway, yeah, I want to do something different. I wanted to see how it went. By the way, exactly the things that I knew would happen happened. For example, apparently during this stream, LTG leaked more DMs. You know, like every single time he's done that ever, and he still does it and acts like it has anything to do with anything or any impact. Yeah, of course he leaked DMs that I sent him, because that's all he ever does. So now when I send him things, it's intentional, because I know that he's going to leak them. It's like, he's done it a million times. Why wouldn't he do it again? It's inevitable that he will. He thinks that this is some kind of a gotcha or something. Dude, every single time I message you, it's because I know you're going to tell everyone what I said. So congrats. Like, ooh, you really got me now, bro. Ooh, yeah. Anyway, so, yeah, I'm just curious what everyone thought. All right. What are your thoughts on the whole situation of people who have these detractors who make these videos on them, including me, the way that they're portrayed, the situations that they find themselves in? Okay. This is idiot. Really? I really want to know everyone's take on this. Was that something that anyone got enjoyment or anything out of? Would you like to see me ever do more of that kind of stuff? Or you're like, nah, that wasn't very good. That was kind of, it didn't really go anywhere. Didn't like it. I want to know. I want honest feedback from people like me, from that are, regulars of my content, for people who maybe aren't. All right? I want to hear what you think. I want to thank those who were here for the whole thing, people who supported it. Thank you. Different effort. And by the way, like I said, I basically tried to do insight that wasn't outright insulting, that was trying to give my honest opinions, but at the same time, maybe bringing up points that people don't rationally bring up. Like, the thing is, when the detractors say certain things about Wings or LTG, they're maybe not wrong, but the ways that they do them, it makes it more of a joke than something to be analyzed as serious. Like, I think some people just like to make fun of the fact that Wings is sitting there eating all day on stream. But the truth is, the guy's eating himself to death. And if someone actually doesn't intervene, he could come to a bad end, which is terrible. I don't think anyone wishes that upon Wings, do we? I certainly don't. I mean, that's awful. I want the guy to do better. But no one ever says that. Instead, it's, make fun of the guy, point at him, and laugh at him like the clown he is, and then make videos on him and monetize it. I think that's messed up. I do. All right? Now, there's nothing you can do to stop it. That's the system that YouTube has right now. But I really do feel that more rational thought is needed. Because, like, some people are saying, well, what did you do right now? How was that any better than what Kino Casino does? Well, let's see. Did I outright eviscerate the people? Did I say that I'm better than either of them? Did I call them horrendous names? Did I, you know what I'm saying? Did I say awful, slanderous things about either one of them? Did I literally make up anything that I said during that commentary? That was factual observation. It was I feel like I was trying to be as level-headed as I could be in what I was saying. Maybe a few things I misspoke and I was misinformed on. That's okay. That happens. We're not all perfect. But certainly, I feel like I tried my best to make the content stand out, to be meaningful, that people could watch that and be like, oh, well, I didn't know that video existed. I didn't know about LTG and Wings in that way. I just hear negative things about them. Well, here's a perspective of someone who's kind of in that wheelhouse of being a lol cow who's harassed constantly. And here's my take on that kind of a situation. Okay? Happy Book Cautious says, you mentioned LTG's leaked documents. A very big detractor of yours leaked them. You say it's proof. Does that mean that that person is trustworthy? I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't know the lore that deep. I don't. So I can't answer that question. I don't really know. If you want to elaborate on that or whatever, I don't know. Right? Olivia says I should watch a short video about LTG he sent me. I would laugh for sure. Well, I'm not gonna do it yet, but I want to get the honest reaction of everybody here. Ms. Smiley says you went hard on LTG. He didn't really say anything bad about Wings. He didn't even seem to know him. That's the point. He interviewed him 3 years ago. All right. 3 years later, I'm going to react. Literally, he's talking out of his butt. He's trying to give medical advice that he knows nothing about. He gave advice about something he knew nothing about. Oh, boy. He has no empathy whatsoever. He's trying to discredit depression. He's trying to say that it's easy to just not eat, even though that's Wings' addiction and everyone knows it. Like, see what I mean? Like, genuinely what he's doing is harmful. When he goes on stream and he presents himself like that, he's presenting himself like, I'm an authority figure. I know what I'm talking about. Here's my advice on this because I'm informed. And he's none of that. You see? None of it at all. And so he's doing harmful content for his audience and anyone else who's involved watching that. Like, that's bad. That's really irresponsible stuff. Quite frankly. And from what I'm to understand, like, that's a lot of his content. Like, he basically reacts to stuff constantly all over the internet and just kind of talks like that and really doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. But here he is supposedly with an audience of thousands of people who are listening, and that's harmful content in my opinion. You could disagree. Maybe you think he's a clown and no one ever takes him seriously. I don't know. Well, Nova Chris did a $5 super chat and said, I commend you. You tried something else, but it's not entertaining or insightful. You're acting like a detractor and you're better than this. Okay, I thank you for your honest feedback. Honestly, I really do. Thank you for that. If you really didn't like it, then I need to know that because I want to know if there's things that I should continue with or not. By the way, there was no plans to continue this. This was just a one-off thing, a unique opportunity, a unique video was released. I thought I could add to it, and I wanted to see what people had to say about it. Let's see here. Jeff Latoy did a $5 super chat. He says, please do more content like this. It's very entertaining and you're good at it. So I literally just got completely conflicting information. John, I saw your comment and I'm going to respond to it. Okay, John? Okay, can I freeze the chat? I want to respond to what John said about meal prep because he's trying to basically correct me. And if I need correction, I want to get it corrected. So hold on. Thank you to Jeff for the $5 here. He's saying that meal prep meant something different. Let me take a look. John says, meal prep is when a bodybuilder cooks a bunch of chicken and rice at once to eat throughout the week. You got that part wrong. So you're saying that LTG thinks he's a bodybuilder. He mass cooks chicken and rice into portioned meals that he then eats every day. And the joke that he was making was that he's depressed. If he was wings of depression. Oh no, I didn't mean to say that. I apologize. If he was wings of redemption and he was depressed like wings, and he would, oh no, I dropped my chicken for my meal prep on the floor, and now the cat licked it, and now I'm depressed. Okay, you know what? Fair enough then. If that is the case, and he doesn't do one of those, like meal prep subscription services, because that's what I thought it was he was referencing, then I'll take the L on that one. Maybe I completely misinterpreted that. And I will say, I'm sorry that I said that, LTG, if you don't do that, because I do think those subscription services are a scam and for dumb people. But if you're not doing it, then I take that back. I made a mistake. I thought that that's what he was saying, and I'm maybe totally wrong. Okay? Okay. Let's see here. So Emperor Ferb says, I'll be honest, I think that your longtime viewers and supporters don't like this stuff. The people who are saying that they like it in chat are basically new accounts and trolls. Okay? Princess Luna says, I personally prefer gameplay. Thank you. And you know, again, I understand. I want to try something different. You guys know where my strengths lie. You know what I like. You guys know I'm a gamer. You guys know I want to sit here and play games all day. This was a unique experience where I could speak from a position of influence, knowledge, being in the situation of both of those two guys, being harassed by detractors constantly, actually suffering from depression in my past, knowing about their lore. Okay. See now, Zelossi says, why is everyone being a snowflake about this? Broden says, I agree with Ferbs. You have to weigh out the new accounts and focus on names you see often. Okay, here's one. Straight Basement Productions. Don't know who that is, but they're saying, I didn't like it, not because of you. I'm tired of this toxic stuff and people, and I just want to avoid it. I'd rather focus on happy, uplifting content. Okay. Let's see. Lord Humongous loved it. Herbs Man says, you said 1,000 times you're better than the drama content, so what changed? Like I said, There was an absolutely unique piece of content released in this video that I thought I could add to. I did. I really do feel like if you watch that, that just makes it better because of the takes that I had and the information I had to add and explain. Okay? And essentially, there's times to try stuff. Today was the perfect day. I was going to do a Arc Raiders stream. The stream wasn't going to do well because I already played Arc Raiders twice, and I wasn't really interested in playing it a third time. I thought the stream was going to fail and not be very fun. I saw the opportunity. I jumped on the opportunity. There you go. That's simple. It was an experiment. And if it didn't work, it didn't work. That's fine too. I'm totally open to all feedback. A lot of my regulars are saying it didn't work. They didn't like it. Fair enough. Koopa Loop just tipped me $10. Hold on, let me play an animation. Thank you, Koopa Loop. What the hell happened to the animations? What the hell? Hold on a sec. Oh, the tab was missing. There it is. Okay. And don't worry, I'm still here for a while to talk with you guys about what just went down, okay? So Koopa Loop did a $10 tip. Let's see what he has to say. I really liked the content today. Added some variety to your streams. There you go. Thank you, Koopa Loop. All right, let's keep going. James just did a $5 super chat. Hold on. He says, Wings refuses to spend time with his family. He tells his wife her birthday doesn't matter. Rated her a 4 and Becky a 6. Why should they help him? Now, hold on. I can't confirm anything that this person just said. I'm not there. I'm not in this guy's life and situation. I'm just reading this guy's super chat, okay? If that's all true, of course, that's heinous, and everyone's going to be like, wow, that's awful behavior from Wings, right? Here's what I can tell you. Likely, everything that person just said is not true, but likely some of it has a grain of truth, right? There's a piece of truth somewhere in there that gets extrapolated upon. For example, I'll give you an example, okay? Wings, around Christmas time, that when I was going to do my marathon, you guys remember I did a Christmas marathon, right? And I contacted Wings. And I said, Wings, I would love to have you just for a few minutes. Doesn't even have to be a big interview or nothing. I would like to just have you on my Christmas marathon for a few minutes just to say happy holidays and see what you're doing. Just shoot the shit for like a few minutes. Just like I did with Ethan Ralph and like I did with Gahul. I just want to do the same thing with Wings just for a little bit. Okay? Wings did respond. And he said, well, when is it? I told him when it was. And he goes, all right, well, I'm going to be busy with my wife, Kelly, all day doing Christmas family stuff. But I'll let you know when we get home if I could do it. Okay? That's what he told me. He never contacted me again, so he didn't show up on my Christmas marathon. Okay? He then went on stream and streamed Battlefield. And apparently, for what I'm to understand, you can see how much he plays. And he was playing Battlefield all day. Like that whole day, he was just playing Battlefield offline. And then he went and streamed it online. Then he went on his own stream and admitted he didn't go and do any family stuff with his wife at all. He just stayed home and played Battlefield. Okay? So he lied to me. He said the reason he wasn't going to come on the Christmas event is because he was busy. But he wasn't busy. He just wanted to play Battlefield all day. But again, that's the kind of guy he is. He just makes shit up constantly. Lies to get out of stuff. And I get it. If he didn't want to appear, he should have said, nah, I'm not interested, or just not responded at all. Why he said he might show up just to lie about it is confusing to me. But it seems like it's a pattern with him, right? Like that's how he behaves. Maybe it's his depression and his anti-social behavior. Because I also used to have that same issue where I would commit to stuff and then I would just back out of it last minute, or I would say I couldn't do it for a reason that didn't exist. I would lie because I just didn't want, I had this pressure, this anxiety that I felt because I didn't like interacting with other people because of my depression and stuff. So I would just constantly be backing out of stuff. And from what I'm to understand, that's also what happens with Wings. Like, isn't that one of the stuff that happened with Painkiller already back in the day? That was a podcast that he was on for a long time. And then basically they got tired of him canceling, lying, backing out of events and things and had enough and just dumped him off the show. And I think that's kind of just the behavior has continued. Okay? So I don't know how much that carries into his personal life with his wife or whatever. I can't say that. I'm not part of his life to know that, right? But what I can tell you is from my personal experience, I've seen that actual behavior tossed my way in the little bit of interactions that I've had. But I could tell you justifiably why it's happening, because he's depressed. He's depressed. He's antisocial. It's part of his condition. And that's what leads him to act that way. But for me, you have to understand I'm a professional. I'm putting out content for people every day on a stream. I got to be sure that I'm putting out a stream with the content that I've promised. I can't overpromise and underdeliver. So if I tell you, hey, Wing said he's coming on my stream, and then he doesn't show up, that's a negative against me because I promised you that content and we can't have it. So it's like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. The first time Wing said he was coming on my show, he did. The second time Wing said he was coming on my show, he didn't. The third time was a maybe. Then he told me a reason why he might not show up. And then he didn't show up, but to come to find out, the reason was a lie. So at this point, you know, would you even proceed? Would you even try to get this guy in your content again? To be honest, I would have much rather have had a conversation with Wings in person on a stream in a discussion. Rather than me reacting to that video, I would have loved to just talk directly with him. But it doesn't happen. He blew me off. He made excuse. Lied. So I couldn't get him on the stream. What am I supposed to do, right? There you go. So thank you again, James, for the super chat. I can't confirm everything that you're saying at all, because I don't follow the lore that deeply. But certainly, there's probably a grain of truth in what you're saying that leads to a lot of the behaviors and a lot of the attitudes towards Wings, right? Okay. Okay, what else? Again, I want feedback. What did you guys think? Some people seem to say, yes, do more of this. Others are like, absolutely not. Don't do it at all. It seems like my longtime fans here are saying we just want gameplay. Don't do this kind of content. Okay? Okay, fair enough. We're doing gameplay tonight. The late stream is, nothing's changing here. This is just a one-stream experiment to see how it went. I'm sure people will watch this now on demand and give me their feedback. This is unique, high viewership content. Do more, says Lord Humongous. In reality, it didn't do so much better or good. Like, if you take a look, in reality, I had around between 300 and 400 viewers on YouTube. I actually did not look at Kick at all today. Actually, I should have. Apparently, I have over 200 viewers on Kick. I did not know that. Apparently, I have over 200 live viewers on Kick right now. This is 248. Wow. So the viewers on Kick skyrocketed. The viewers on YouTube are more than usual. I got view-botted earlier, so it said there's thousands, and that was never true. I knew that. I'm not stupid or anything. But, okay. So the viewership was there. Support, I mean, is it support absolutely amazing? No. Is support bad? No. So it's not like it was a failed experiment or anything, right? Huh? Emperor First says, sad there was no Arc Raiders. Is it really the video or you knew I bought it and are scared? Huh? What does that mean? Rorico, who cares? I don't... What you don't seem to understand, what people don't understand about me is that I don't care when people cook me and talk about me. It'll never even get to me. I don't give a shit. I don't care about that shit at all. The fact that I just did this video and people are saying, well, LTG is now tweeting about you and LTG... Yeah, because LTG is a very fickle, very weak person. If anyone says anything about him, he immediately caves. He reacts exactly as expected. I knew that he was going to leak the DMs. That's why I sent them. I knew that he would basically do a crazy rant tonight. Of course he's going to do that. That's who he is. He's an egotistical maniac. He can't actually just like take an L or any kind of criticism and just be like, whatever. He has to respond. He's going to respond. That's fine. Now, for the record, to all of you Wings of Redemption and LTG detractors, and to my detractors, you're welcome. I knew that this piece of content would feed you guys for a bit. All right? I knew it would. And now people are like, why would you do that? Because that's the cycle of YouTube. Do you understand that that's how YouTube works now? Right? You get that. It's either you decide every once in a while to dip your toe into that lake, or you don't. I wanted to dabble in it and see what would happen. I absolutely knew that this would all be a cyclic content, correct? So now I responded, and now other people will clip this and respond to it. The detractors on each side will respond to the next response, and now we all have a big content loop. Except I don't really care. You see, you guys will all have shit to talk about now. I'm good. Tonight on my late stream, I'm going to be playing the same stuff that I said I was going to be playing. I'm not changing that content. Tomorrow, I'll be doing the same stuff. You know, nothing changes for me. I'm good. But now you guys have a delicious buffet to chow down on, and I hope that you enjoy. Like, enjoy this nice cornucopia of stuff that I have now provided for you. I gave you guys a solid, right? You know? Well, here's the thing. Dab Hands makes a good point. He says, can we instead endeavor to break this wheel, this loop? It's all content we should get rid of. I agree with you. But if anything, if you haven't noticed, there's just no way to break that cycle. There's only one actual way to break the cycle, and that's for YouTube to say this content will not exist on our site anymore, and it is demonetizable and bannable. Okay, that's it. That's literally the only way it will ever end. If they don't make that step and say this should not be on our platform, then this content loop will endlessly spin forever and ever, and there's no way that any of us can stop it. No matter what I do, my detractors will clip me and say horrible things about me every single day. So why do I care? Someone warned me this morning, and fair enough, because I appreciate everyone's feedback. Someone who I really care about their opinion this morning said to me, Phil, if you do this, people are going to clip it. They're going to say that it's toxic. They're going to say that you're doing what your detractors do. You're going to say that you're hypocritical. And I said, why do I give a shit about what any of them say? Why would I ever give a damn about what one of them say? Today, if I just play Arc Raiders, they're going to clip it. They're going to say horrible things about me. They're still going to make their content, and they're still going to have the money. So it doesn't matter what content I put out. They say the same shit. Why am I going to dictate my life and what I decide to do on a daily basis on what they do? I'm never going to do that. I would literally do nothing. If I'm so afraid of what they're going to put out on me every day, then I would never stream, you know? Try plugging it into the $2 super chat saying, would you ever react to a detractor's video? I don't know. To be honest, I'm not really interested in it because here's the thing. By reacting to what I just reacted to, we just reacted to content about other people where I can give honest takes that people maybe wanted to hear or didn't, whatever. But you heard my takes. That's interesting content. That creates more content. If I react to a detractor video, all I do is say, well, that's not true. That's not true. That's an over-exaggeration. The only people that care are my detractors, and no one listens. All right? Who gives a shit? Literally, who gives a shit about what I have to say about my detractors' content besides my detractors? My fans don't. They outright have said, we don't care about this. So what's the point? And even if I completely disprove a whole detractor video, it doesn't matter. That's not what they're made for. They're not made to be truthful. They're made to be entertaining for an audience that likes drama, to give the view or the donation so that these people make money, right? It's not because it's truthful content. The days of people making detractor content to actually bring someone down or make them behave better are long gone. If someone does a documentary on someone, it's not because they want that person to improve. It's because they want to make money on that person. You see? So it doesn't matter what I react to or not. It doesn't do anything. It's not going to improve anything. It's just a waste of time. But other things, other topics that aren't directly about me trying to discredit or debunk, but instead add insight, add experience, add, knowledge, which I just did. Watching that video 20 minutes and I turned it into 2+ hours, but I added in all this supplemental content about the lore, about the situations. That was way more meaningful, I think. That's something better that I can do. Rather than comment on the own situation that no one gives two shits about, comment on the other situations that I can relate to. But that's just my take. And again, you can disagree, and I want to hear if you disagree. Okay? So, okay. Here's a $5 tip from an anonymous tipper. Let's see what they had to say. So they said, listen to this. Great stream. Sympathy isn't mandatory. Your addiction isn't anyone else's problem. We all know what we're doing wrong, but some use that for personal gain. That's what LTG is saying. Fair enough. People's addictions aren't other people's problem. Wings overeating isn't necessarily your problem because you know about it. But if you're someone who maybe relates to some things Wings has been through, I do. I have a very similar history. I started content around the same time. I got laid off from a job and accidentally stumbled into being a content creator. It was never my aspiration to be one for a living. I actually was partnered with Machinima. I have trolls that hound me the same way they hound him. Like, I have so many things that I relate to with him that it's hard for me to not look at his situation and feel something. Like I said, for me, it's empathy. Like, I feel that that feeling of like I could see myself even being in that situation and feeling awful about it and wanting to help, but knowing I can't. LTG, he looks at it and he's like, yeah, fuck that guy. Fat ass, he keeps eating. Whatever. Right? I guess it's two different kinds of people. And it's up to you. You as a person can judge what you like, what you dislike. Maybe you love his take, you hate mine. You like my take, you hate his. Maybe you don't give two shits about either. And that's fine too. You know? But I get you. Like, there's no mandatory reason to feel bad for someone who has a problem. I understand that mentality for sure. Someone did a dollar tip to troll like Snorta Forta or something. Will I be making an effort to help or motivate Wings? I wish I could. But how could I do that exactly? He doesn't respond to anything at all. He doesn't respond to DMs. He doesn't respond when I go on his stream and talk to him in his chat. He tells me not to do that. There's no way to reach the man. I wanted to have him on my show. He won't show up. So there's nothing I can do to help the man. He'll just go on his merry way doing what he wants. I'm sure he'll get wind of what I said today. And if he's insulted, I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do about that. That's my honest opinion. I wanted to share it. If he's not insulted, maybe he'll take it to heart and he'll look for help. I don't know. But either way, it ain't going to affect me. I don't get really, there's not much I can really do about it, right? And now Gaia1 says, well, maybe you should have done this behind the scenes. How? Again, he doesn't read DMs. He doesn't respond to DMs. He won't talk behind the scenes whatsoever. He's an antisocial person. He outright has said it. This is hilarious. You ready for this? You don't have empathy. You're a narcissist. You see everyone through a lens of your own experience and extensions of yourself. Yeah, that's called being a person, you idiot. That's exactly how you're supposed to see life, through your own experience and your own takes and your own, what can you add? Like, how else do you even say anything about it? How do you even have an opinion on anything? Of course it's from your own personal experience. Do you have the ability to remove yourself from all the experience you had in life and put yourself into someone else's body and remove yourself from any kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are you talking about? You're an idiot. Like, that's just a nonsensical statement from a moron who just wants to say, oh, well, anything you do is negative. Therefore, if you say anything, you're a narcissist. Oh, okay. Not even from a factual perspective, just a moronic statement from this guy. Of course, it's from a personal perspective of experience. That's the human experience. You're stuck in a body. And this body is what you've been through. And this mind up here, your experience, your emotions, is what you've been through. And that affects every single decision you make. And everything you say and every take that you have is based on that. Have you ever thought about doing a series of covering lolcows with your takes since you know what bullying is like? No. No, but I'm open-minded and I'm considering anything. I've never thought, oh, let's do a whole series on that. No, I haven't. But, you know, I'm not against considering things. Red Eyes did a $5 super chat. He says, bro, chill, don't feed the trolls. Also, kick chat sucks balls. Again, Red Eyes, every single thing I do feeds the trolls. If I breathe, it feeds the trolls. If I fart, it feeds the trolls. It doesn't matter. I'm not afraid of anything like that. It doesn't matter. It doesn't affect me at all. Okay? They're going to make their content no matter what I say and do. They're going to spin it however they want. It doesn't affect me. I'm good. Okay. Anything else? Any other takes, guys? Because we're almost done. I'm here for like another 10, 15 minutes. Normal I stream till 4. Funny that everything is kind of wrapping up at exactly the right time. I don't even have to upload today. This is just an archive. This is literally just an archive stream that people will watch on demand after the fact. Okay. Cracker Jacks says, I commend you. You're trying something new, but I prefer gameplay and positive vibes. I'm with you. In truth, Cracker Jacks, I don't feel that what I just did was like toxic, negative. You notice, again, unlike other people who do this content, I didn't over-dramatize. I didn't lie, right? I didn't negatively spin. I didn't lie. I didn't insult, really. It was all just observational stuff. Now, admittedly, you can say, well, that's a lot of negative stuff, but it's still just observational. The purpose of this was not to bring someone down, to hurt their reputation. It was just speaking facts about what I just saw in a video, right? No, I'm not setting any goals for anything. You can just stop with that suggestion right now. Trust me, we got out of the goals. It's so refreshing to not have goals for almost 2 months now. I am not going back to that. Let's see. Well, that's true. Cabal says, I don't have a problem with the content itself for the most part, but the negativity vortex it draws in isn't good. You're right. It sucks because there's other people who can do this kind of content, and it's just for their audience, and it's good. But for me, whenever I do it, it brings in the toxic element for sure. Okay. Gobbler did a $5 super chat. Sorry, Gobbler, I'm not going to be Wings' foster dad. That's not happening at all. That's not the intention here either. But thanks for $5. I appreciate that. He's saying I should be Wings' foster dad. No, I don't think so. No, I literally just said I'm not going to react to the detractor content about me because it serves no purpose. If I react to it and I debunk anything or I criticize it or whatever, it doesn't matter. The only person that wants to see that is my detractors, not my fans. As opposed to me reacting to other people, right? That, I have something to add. It'll be more unique. It's not the same song and dance you've heard a million times. I think that has some value to my viewership. Dapian says, I don't think you were overly toxic. It's just the nature of this kind of content. The facts are negative and depressing, so it's hard to paint them positively and still have a real conversation. Fair enough. I feel that's a very fair reaction. I literally just answered your question, bariatric barbarian. Please stop spamming the chat. Could be a once-a-month segment. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Again, this is an experiment. I'm interested in feedback. Some people like it. Some people absolutely hate it. Some people are on the fence. maybe what I'll do is maybe we could take suggestions of how I could do this kind of content in the future. If anything, you saw, it actually turned out well when it came to, how I was able to do it. With my new setup, I could just jump between, react instantly to anything easily. You know, it's good. I'm so pleased that I can do whatever I want now. I can play literally any game. I can react to any kind of content. I could watch a trailer. I could do anything. It's all good. I'm just ready on the fly to just get right between stuff. That's really cool. I like that. All right. Well, thank you guys for being here. Thanks to those who did support the stream. I appreciate that. It was also a successful stream, despite the fact that it was a different kind of content. And I get it that some people, it won't be your cup of tea, and that's fine. I get it 100%. And again, it's also unique because I don't know how often can I really do something like this, right? You know what I'm saying? Red Eyes did another $5 super chat. He says, laughing out loud at all the hate watchers glued to watching you for hours and hours on end. Absolute losers, along with the brain dead reaction channels. There you go. A lot of Shoryukens today. Dang, there were a lot of Shoryukens. Very nice. Archmage says, too depressing and distressing. I don't like it. Only misery merchants like this. See, here's the thing, though. Like, here's what I've always said, right? If the only way that you can have a successful day of content is that someone else had their worst day ever and you cover it, then you don't make content. You don't. You're a misery broker. All you do is you look for people who are having a bad time and you create that content based off their misery. That's awful. And if you were to disappear and your content never existed, the world would be either the same or a better place. Okay? At least with the content that I just made, I'm hoping that was meaningful to people who watched it. Maybe you learned something. Maybe you saw a unique or different take. Maybe you're hearing something that you needed to hear for the first time to understand the perspective better. And by the way, I wasn't looking to step on anyone to get ahead. I didn't dunk on anyone. I'm not making an entire series. I'm not trying to start a feud with anyone. Like I said, LTG is welcome to do whatever he wants tonight. He can take that easy bait, do what he wants, make the schlock content. He's going to. That's the kind of person he is. He'll take that low-hanging fruit. He's not going to make original content. He's going to take that low-hanging fruit, try to make money on it, right? And that's fine. But that's not, I'm not here to become a misery broker who every day this is the content I put out. Okay? Well, at least nothing here saw. He says, why keep people when they're down for no reason? You were at least trying to help. I am. Like that, I wanted to take this negative piece of content, which obviously it was meant to and designed to be a negative piece of content. And I wanted to take my experiences, my perspective, and my knowledge and try to use that to turn it into a positive piece of content as much as I possibly could. All right? And if people take offense or whatever at it, well, there's nothing I can do. It's, facts are facts, opinions are opinions, and I had a right to say them, right? Even if you disagree with them. I certainly didn't try to be harmful or degrading to someone in order to get ahead. I didn't make a fortune doing this stream. That wasn't the intention at all. I didn't want to make a fortune doing it at all, Okay. All right, and just so you know, like I said to everybody, we will be back tonight on the late stream. It will be gameplay as scheduled. Oh, by the way, okay, hold on. So now this has nothing to do with what the content of this stream was. For those of you who are watching the Resident Evil event live, what was it, and did they drop the demo for Resident Evil Requiem, or is there no demo? In which case, are we just doing Quarantine Zone normally tonight? No demo? Come on. Oh, I was really hoping the demo would be out. I really wanted to play it. Man. No. Now people are saying there was one on the GeForce streaming service. What? There is? So how do you get it? But for the record, I'll be live reacting to the Resident Evil Requiem event that went down this afternoon tomorrow on my podcast live. All right. And if you missed it, earlier I made an announcement that the days that I'm not doing a podcast, we're going to do what's called the DSP morning show, where we will interact and build up the stream and have a chill session, but we're going to call it a show, and we're actually going to upload it now, because previously I wasn't, and people have actually been expressing the desire to have those uploaded so they could watch them later, because there's been some Q&A and stuff that they missed. So it will be an ongoing show, just not a big emphasis on like segmented content, scheduled topics. Instead, it'll just be like a hangout session. So that will begin on Sunday, because we are doing a podcast tomorrow. Well, actually, we're doing a podcast tomorrow and Sunday, so that'll start on Monday, actually. There you go. Okay. So there was a demo? How is it that most people are saying there's no demo, and then people are like, no, there was a demo on this GeForce Now, NVIDIA Now service? How did no one know that? So is there no public demo? If there's no public demo, then tonight we're just going to play Quarantine Zone. D-Corp says you could react to crazy things that happen around the world. Not political, but maybe crazy stories or unhinged people like what Moist Critical does. You've lost a fair few regulars today. Who? The people who were interested were like, I'll be back later, Phil. That's all they said. They said, all right, not for me. I'll be back later. I made it clear this isn't what I'm doing all the time. It was just a one-off experiment. So what on earth are you talking about? By the way, Ward Chadden, auto resub. Thank you to Ward for that. Cool. King Michael, you just got here? Well, you're late. We're about to adjourn. Any last thoughts? Any last things anyone wants to say? Now would be the time before I go offline, and then I'll be back tonight for Quarantine Zone on the late stream. Okay? GeForce Now is a streaming service via cloud, and it has the demo. Can I get it? Oh, that man says, I think it's not really a demo. It's gameplay footage to show what NVIDIA can do. So if you have GeForce Now, it'll show gameplay on your computer, but it's not playable. It's just like a tech demo. Gotcha. Okay. What is this music? This is my favorite song playing right now. I love it. How dare you even insinuate that it's not good? It's very good music. Okay. All right, everyone. So I'm going to get out. First of all, anyone who was here for the whole stream, thank you. That's a big 4.5 hours that I just did. Very curious about everyone's thoughts about the DSP morning show being its own thing, about what I just did with that live react. Did you like it? Did you not? Please share your thoughts. Leave comments, like this stream as an archived video if you enjoy it. I want feedback. If it's never do this again, thank you. If it's I love this, do it every day, thank you. If it's anywhere in between, thank you. Literally all feedback is appreciated. I would love to hear everyone's thoughts on this topic, okay? Fair enough. And don't worry, I'm not becoming a drama creator. It's just something to do, a one-off, and let's gauge it and let's see how it did. Okay? Cool. All right, everyone, thank you so much. I will see you tonight for Quarantine Zone on the late stream, all right? Peace out, everybody. And for those watching on demand, I hope you enjoyed. Thanks for watching.